sick and broken and twisted will listen to what the fuck I'm saying and potentially have a change of heart and faith. God uses the least among us, not the most mediocre.
Well, the truth is the truth, no matter who says it, right? So it doesn't really matter about who's saying it.
Again, the Tao is comfortable in the lowest places that no one wishes to go. So that's the walk. You want to walk in the Tao? Well, here's your surprise. You're going to be surrounded by people who are who and what you are, or more importantly, need who and what you are. That comes more frequently than the other, as far as I'm concerned. You got a lot of folks who collect around me who are in need of who and what I am or information that I have. They're not aware of that. They think they're here to be my friend and pal around with me and buddy around and make money. It's never going to happen. Not the way you show up and how you present and how you bond with me or lack thereof, because you don't bond with the truth. If you're not bonded with the truth and you're not bonded with objectivity, you're never going to bond with me long term. You're only going to be like oil and water with me. We're not equally yoked. Don't give a fuck what you or I or anyone else want in this life. We're here to get what we need, not what we want. Us getting what we wanted caused us all of our problems all of our life. Don't you get that?
Yeah, well, it goes back to the accountability thing, right? And we were mentioning this earlier when it was just you and I on here. You know, you see how it always comes back full circle, back to the original thing.
Right, because it's all one self and all one holographic simulation. You can't run from self and what is. There's truth, life, and way. And then there's everything else you folks want to do in your personality disorder and affect. And even that's predictable and prescribable.
Well, that's the internet for you, man. What do you expect, you know?
Yeah, well, whatever. The internet is just a cross-section example of the rest of the culture and society. Sick, twisted, deviant, ignorant, arrogant, and constantly feeding their own obsessions and fixations to destroy themselves and others, either directly or indirectly. That's what the last 4 years has shown. Don't tell me about the internet.
Oh, it's just exuberated on the internet, you know? It's enhanced.
Yeah, it's expounded upon. It's exponential, but it's all the same dynamics. You can't run from self and oneself and the truth, life, and way.
Oh, eventually everyone's going to have to look in the mirror, you know?
This is a concentrated, condensed version of the rest of reality.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And then there's also, you know, people are even crazier online because they're behind a screen, right? They're not in real life. They're not sitting in the same room. So it's a lot easier to see these symptoms, and that the symptoms come out full force, right?
Right. I'm not looking for more codependent people in my life. I'm looking for co-creative people. And if you lack in faith and truth and results in your life, you're going to become codependent on me because I'm in abundance. And I'm not going to pour into you all day, every day because you're in a lack and loss state. Get it?
I am too, and I've showed people certain techniques, but guess what? It involves putting in work, right? No one wants to put in the work.
You have to become co-creative and not codependent. It's all this is. And there's only going to be essentially one way to get to that state of beingness, and it's not what the fuck you're all doing on here. I got news for you. It's the antithesis, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, Hegelian dialect.
Keep saying dialect. It's dialectic.
Dialectic, I know. I always fuck that up for some reason. Dialectic. Yeah.
What you mean is there's a retardian dialect going on in these panels. There's a way of speaking that is retarded. That's a dialect, right? That leads to a dialectic. Because everyone's retarded, they're easily manipulated and suggestible. Hence, problem, reaction, solution. Hegelian dialectic.
It just means late to the game, really.
Yeah, it means when you have no discernment, you're easily manipulated and suggestible.
Oh, yeah, it's like auto-hypnosis kind of thing.
You folks should just be thankful. All the folks who hate me, who didn't get loved by me enough, and now like bitch about me, just be happy and lucky that I'm still not criminal-minded and I'm not opportunistic. Because if I was the way I used to be, I just use this venue to tell everyone what they want to hear, aggrandize myself, make a whole bunch of profit along the way, and leave you in the dust. So just be happy and lucky that I'm not a lying, cheating, scum user like you. because I'd already had my way with you, and you'd already been tricked out of your sneakers and wondering where Paulie's at. Where'd he go? What happened? Right? You just be happy and lucky that I only speak the truth in authenticity and accountability for my own reputation and credibility on here or off here. Because if not, I'd have made even more of a big fucking embarrassment and fool of you. And you'd be chasing me to get back what you think you didn't get something for, because I already see you as a user parasite from day one. And because I see you as that, I could choose to just use and parasite off you, play the same game back and show you how it's your own undoing. I choose not to do that for my own integrity and credibility. Just be happy I choose to do that and not the opposing dynamic, because I'd be just like your masters. I'd have everything I want and need. I'd have you on a hook, puppeteered for me, and you wouldn't know yourself even more than you don't now, and you'd be chasing a dream that will never be realized.
Well,
I'm not going to lie. I would love to see you steal Jack Talcott's Nikes on the basketball court.
I know you would. A lot of you folks would love to see me go back to my old ways and use the knowledge I have here for good and truth.
Not because of that. Just because I think it'd be funny as hell.
I have the same mischievous clown in me that likes to see the fools get duped and even more deluded and shown the mirror of who and what they are and get them played so they can learn, right? Because that's how a lot of us learn coming up. We had to get played over and over again.
Well, that's low-hanging fruit and only works on codependent people, as you're mentioning earlier, right?
Again, if you think that most people don't embody the same dynamics as Jack Talcott, just to a lesser degree, I don't believe that to be the case. That's why Joel Osteen and many others have Bentleys and planes and a whole bunch of other shit. Now, here's the bigger picture. The biggest reason I really don't do that, to be quite hank with everyone, is I believe even if consciously I was able to do that against my own conscience, you got hell to pay at some point. You want to deceive and lie and cheat and steal and use people's own ignorance against them to profiteer. That thing's going to get that money back from you in blood at some point, so it ain't worth it. Even if you can do it consciously with your own conscience and physically effectuate it, there's metaphysical consequences that I believe. So I just stay away from all that. If you got powers and discernment, use them for good or don't use them at all.
Well, it's too easy, right? That's like baby food, really, to do stuff like that. That's simple. If you have any level, you are a creator, if you want to call it that. Yeah, that's very simple to do. And obviously, everything has like a cause and an effect. So
why is Scott 2B down there now? Another person who can never go away and stay away, but then wants to come here and not get up on panel and have his fucking voice heard. He goes everywhere else to blabber and blubber, but he won't stay away from here and he won't come up and make his point known. Who's frail and what little regard is given to his fractured state? Come up and speak your fucking truth, since you have to be here anyway. If you're not lurking in the background with the rest of the obsessed fans and haters, you're up front typing in the chat box, wanting engagement, interaction. So let's just come. Let's get whatever the fuck we came for here today. Let's go, everybody. There we go. Hey, tell us, Scott 2B, what's going on here. Please create some clarity for us all. We need it.
No, not necessarily any clarity I can create. I just saw you on panel with Jack, and boy, he's off like a wet prom dress, man. I'm just wondering what you think you might be able to tell him, because he's not going to talk to you. What can you do to guide him in the future? Because I think it's like there's a wrecking ball coming for him, and I don't think he's paying attention. Do you care?
Right. Why is the presumption automatically that I don't care because I'm not arrogant enough to believe there's anything I can do for him at this point?
Handle that question. I wasn't asking that to be an affrontment to you. I'm just saying, if you don't want
what makes you think with all the time, energy, and attention I've put in?
I'll leave this. If I'm going to be disrespected, then there's no.
So here we go. Now you come up to talk to me. So now Christos comes up with a picture of you, and you're going to run like a bitch now because you feel disrespected.
You did that. You did that with ridiculousness. Like you literally had no right to take.
So we're still not over the past, huh, Scott? You're still going to live in the past and in your feelers and not
your narrative. Go with it.
Again, I'm not in control at this point of what other people come up here and do or not.
Any other fuck shit little troll.
Again, you have to choose to be disrespected, or you could just see that as a picture of you.
Not deal with it at all.
Again, you can run from yourself and the reality you live, but it's not going to change the reality. That's you.
It's not my
The reality is that's a picture of you, and you don't like you. So instead of you changing you, you're going to be disrespected by someone putting up a picture of the way you are.
Right now, stand up and lift your shirt. I'll stand up and lift
I don't need to, because I can just be honest. I'm not comfortable with my body. I'm not comfortable with my body. Asswipe, are you going to stick on one argument or another, or are you going to go around the horn in your feelers now and try to make false comparisons?
No, you're just explaining.
Hey, I want to stop
I'm authentic enough and honorable enough with enough humbleness to just cop to whatever the rest of you clowns will make excuses for. That's the difference between me and you.
My mom is literally on her
Just say you're a fat fucking pig like me, and you haven't taken care of yourself. You haven't taken care of yourself as much as you could, and maybe you regret that on some level, and instead of changing it and doing better, you're going to make fucking crying, whining excuses and blame other people for putting up your likeness the way that it is. Change it or get over it.
It's a liar. Maybe you just lie about
everything. Can you email me a Scott Two Tits picture? I need to use his picture as well.
About everything. Maybe you have snafu acting like Aussie yesterday, putting out that you're a pedophile all day long, and you have him here.
Hey, Scott, I got your pretty picture. Hey, Scott, your bobblehead, the nipples are fucking making the bobblehead fucking unlevel.
Snafu, you don't bother me. You're irrelevant. You're irrelevant. You're a misfit, irrelevant. Don't talk. Nobody needs to hear your stupidity.
How does that even make sense? If he's irrelevant, what are you? You guys all have this high opinion of yourself. You guys all have this high opinion of yourself in your imagination, but it doesn't flesh out, pun intended, on this platform or in reality. So how are you any more relevant than him?
Oh my God, Jesus!
You can't even answer the question. You're so caught up in your version of yourself that you want to be real. You can't even answer the question. How are you any more relevant than him?
Top of the bottom, like you. You're at the top of the bottom. You're at the top of the bottom. How are you relevant?
You're never going to answer a direct question, are you, cowardly, inauthentic corporate beta male? You're never, ever going to answer a question directly, you fat lying pig.
Why don't you give somebody a chance to talk rather than over talking?
Oh, they're doing the Talcott again. Why don't you give us a chance to talk? Like I didn't just ask you 2 or 3 direct questions that you don't deflect right away from. I told you a year and a half ago, you're a fucking disingenuous clown. You're desperate to be seen and heard, but you're not interesting, entertaining, or informative. So how are you any more relevant than him to anyone with good taste or discernment? Please explain.
I have a life. I do things that are actually productive.
No one asked. No one asked you about you in your life. You're desperate to go everywhere and tell everyone, but no one asked. Jack Talcott doesn't give a fuck about you. Slow State thinks you're a moron. Cynthia doesn't listen to you. Everywhere you go, even amongst the lowest of the low, you're not given any respect or credibility. Can you explain?
This is slumming it. You're right. The lowest of the low. This is the slums.
I know you're better than everyone. I get that. Fat Scott 2B, who hates himself and his own image, is better than everyone. He's more relevant than everyone because he co-wrote Biggie Smalls' Bust a Nut 30 years ago. You're delusional, dude. You're in your deluded delusion, pride and ego with a false sense of self.
You think you're the fucking
You're just a fat loser who sits online all day and yells on panels for free. You don't even get anything doing this. And you regularly embarrass yourself because no one respects you or finds you credible. And then you say shit like, other people are irrelevant. What does it make you?
You're on top of the dumpster. You're on top of the dumpster.
Would you like to take a vote on the audience that you'll say is all culted up when they say you're a fat fucking loser clown online who's desperate? You literally hit on all the women here who've said in the past that they're attracted to me and into me. You literally sit around trying to read them poems and hit on them, and they almost vomit at just your mere likeness, let alone your verbiage. And you can't read the room in life and how anything works, but other people are irrelevant, right? That's you.
Well, let's not
Can you
forget
possibly be normal? Do you have a normal bone in your body, you fuck luck? Are you just retarded? You can't have a normal conversation with anybody. I don't want to talk to you, you retarded fuck luck. Go play pedophile and get victim games. Shut the fuck up, Snafu. You're a dickhead. Nobody needs to talk to you. You're a fucking moron.
And you
Paul, do you have any goddamn conscience at all? Have you got anything worthwhile to speak about in a conversation, or you just want to be ripping on everybody if you can't compete with them in a debate? If you're not intellectual, tell me now. You have no intellect.
Picture on Facebook,
Shut
Twitter,
the fuck
Instagram.
up, you piece of
Give me that
shit.
picture so we can show Scott what memes are really about. Give me that picture, Christo.
Yeah, Snafu and his fucking crew, the crew of one.
Big ass nipple fucktard. We're gonna.
So you're after Paul for being a pedophile for having Joshua up, but now you're gonna fucking take up a fight for him. You're such a duplicitous piece of shit. Yesterday, you're calling him 5,000 times in the fucking chat. He's a pedophile having Joshua up. And then today, you're sitting here. What a piece of work. Snafu, go back to the hospital and fucking break into that cabinet and take all the drugs.
Oprah. I'm gonna send it.
Hey, Paul, when you wake up and become a man, let me know, because then we can have a conversation.
Is this where you run? Is this where you run again, like you usually do? Is this where you run? I thought so. You guys are so predictable. It's even in your tone when you speak. I know what you're going to do next more than you do, because we're going to do the throwaway. Hey, when you become the man that I obviously am, that you're not, you let me know, and then I'll be sure to come back and parasite and suck off you and use you like I've been doing for a year and a half. Watching, waiting, and hating, but not producing or creating anything of any kind of substance or value, and getting no results for your time, energy, attention put in. Great stuff. It's almost like I didn't know you were going to do the exact bit Jack Talcott does, because you're pretty much one and the same. A grandiose version of yourself in your own brain, legend in your own mind, narcissistic user, parasite freak who watches, waits in the silence, or hates directly or indirectly in the chat or on panel. Because you can't use me and parasite off who and what I am and what I have. So you have to demean me. Because you're upset that I don't respect you. There's nothing to respect you for. You're not known for anything. You don't do anything. You don't create anything. You're not an interesting personality. You never have anything to contribute to the conversation that's worthwhile. Why would I have you here or want you here? Please explain. Because you're Scott 2B? That doesn't get it done, pal. There you go. You have nothing. We're going full Talcott. He runs off. You can tell by the tone in his voice he's going to give a throwaway, even he doesn't believe. Run off and then go back to the chat and type in all caps. There you go. Doesn't matter if the chat all thinks he's a loser, failure, moron, and is telling him so right now as we speak. He's just going to go off with his own delusion and fantasy version of who and what he is and what I am and his reality he's living. Great stuff, Scott. Another whack packer made an appearance. You know these whack pack folks. They've all been here for a year and a half. Won't leave even if I ask them to, and they're not wanted here. Can't leave. They're so codependent and addictive in their personality. Fascinating. They can't even control their thoughts, emotions, and actions and lifestyle and destiny, but they're going to come here and make presumptions about who and what I am and what I'm doing consistently. Any thoughts on any of this as we loop once again in the mandala of mandalas? The loop within the loop, the wheel within the wheel that just exposes everyone for who and what they are and what they're not. Fascinating simulation, huh, boys?
I just wanted to tell Scott, any day you want, I'll absolutely show you my stomach for your stomach and see who's more healthy and fit. I'm in my ego, sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't have to pull up my stomach and show my big stomach. I've talked about it and I've been candid. I'm not comfortable as I could be with my body, but I'm also aware I could change it. I have in the past, and I am working on it now. So here's a clue too. It doesn't matter how big my stomach is because I got a big heart and a big brain and a big set of balls between my legs. And that's enough for most women. So there's always going to be someone who's going to suck my dick, big stomach or not, because I got a silver and gold tongue as well. And I got an energy coming out of me and inside of me, right? That's the difference between us. Who is that person?
You ain't got big balls, do you? You got little balls. So you're going to obfuscate and let other people fight your battles for you and talk shit.
There's nobody fighting my battles for me. There is no battle here. I'm not at war with you.
Backstage me, you pussy.
I'm not at war with you.
Weak motherfucker.
I'm not at war with you. You're resisting who and what I am because you feel inferior to me.
No,
problem.
I have no inferiority.
You feel inferior to me along with many others here, so you keep resisting and trying to rebuke what you feel inferior to. It's a game. It's a reverse psychology game. I don't feel inferior to you. That's the thing.
Scott, you know I did an interview with the wrestler. I'm going to show him your fat titties right back.
Thank you. It's just moronic what you do.
Again, you don't get to decide what I do and don't do here and who talks and who doesn't.
Honest, if you weren't duplicitous,
start your own fat boy broadcast. Start your own fat loudmouth broadcast. Stop coming here to take mine. I have my own fat loudmouth broadcast. I have my own fat loudmouth broadcast. It's not yours. Get your own.
You demand people to come up, and then you obfuscate a conversation.
I don't demand anything. I don't demand anything.
Up or out.
Right. You don't get entitlement to be here.
Anybody's entitlement to be here. You're
entitled child. You don't get entitled to be in my house all day, every day, eating up the food and blowing hot air around the place.
You don't have a private subscription.
It doesn't matter. I get control over my chat and over my pen. Entitled communistic fat slave. I get control over. I get control
on the top of a heap of nothing.
You're another Jack Talcott who doesn't want to let others have control and boundaries over their life.
I'm trying to tell you, you've trained Jack Talcott. You are Jack Talcott.
Again, you can't do the "that's you" on me.
Yes,
okay, you found me. I didn't find you. You're purposely rambling so that we can't create clarity here on how much of a loser you are.
So let's
you and Jack Talcott and Slow State and the rest have been following me around for years. I don't follow you. I don't know what you do. You're not known for anything in the public.
You're afraid of me. You don't want to know.
I'm not afraid of you. I think that you're pathetic. I think that you're pathetic. You're a waste of space. You're not interesting on
anything about me.
What is it he's not getting, Nubs? What is it he's not getting? He thinks I'm scared of him or that he's like competing with me.
All of it. Left, fat boy.
You're not getting a single physicality. You could barely get out of the chair, but you're another one who's going to beat me up. It's fascinating.
I can literally do jumping jacks.
You're not interested in what you think you can do. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. So we're not interested in what you think you can do because you're not going to do it.
Go ask Jennifer to go to the refrigerator.
See, it's just another thing like you do in your life with women and children and everyone where you talk about shit you're not going to do.
Isn't that you?
No, because I didn't invoke violence. I believe I'd beat living shit out of you and the three other folks that you run with all at the same time. But I'm not getting in that mode. You are. So I'm saying if you and Slow State and Slavecott and all the rest of the folks like Tommy who threaten me over and over again physically and say if we were in the room together, you'd teach me a lesson. I'm waiting. Why are you still talking about what you could do when there's nothing but time, space, and opportunity?
Slow State came up with street beefs and you backed out. When you
I don't want a street beef in public. I told you, men don't do boxing matches and street beef in public. They show up in private and handle their business, or they shut the fuck up and go about their life.
Why are you back to muting again? Just leave the conversation be as a conversation. Don't try and take an upper hand because you can't be fair.
When I do Unslavia Festival, you're all going to get a location on where it is. And I bet none of you bitch ass motherfuckers are going to show up with that same energy. Because if you do, you're going to get dealt with on multiple levels.
I'll send you my address and a plane ticket.
I don't need your address. I just told you. You all know where I am, as you say. You've all got me doxxed. So show the fuck up privately and handle your business. When I do a public event, as I have many times before, you folks are never there because you don't even have gas money to get there, let alone the heart and will and balls to do something once you get there. And you know you're not going to be able to just walk all over me if you push me far enough. So let's have at it. We're waiting. The audience is waiting. All the people you pop shit for to get the validation of are waiting. I don't give a fuck one way or the other. I'm not in this to be a big tough guy. I'm not in this to threaten people with physical harm. That's all you people. And I don't even think you can get it done with me. So it's kind of laughable why you would think you're going to roll over me and steamroll me like I'm that kind of person to you. I seem like a pushover bitch. I seem like I'm uncoordinated. What is it with you folks?
You really seem weak when you backstage, you mute people. And
there is no backstaging and muting. Yeah, I don't need to listen to you, clown fuck. Come do whatever the fuck you threaten to do with me, and I'm going to put you on 6 o'clock news. We're waiting.
Bad faith. Bad faith
I'm
is all
put you and Slow State and Illuma Slavery on 6 o'clock news.
You're in bad faith with the memory of your mom.
I don't need to be in good standing with my father, who's an infidel traitor who does treason and tyranny and slavery for profit. I don't need to be in good standing with an infidel I'm not equally with spiritually and mentally and emotionally.
You're the best.
It's not about thinking. It's about what the facts show. It's about what the facts show over and over again. It's not about thinking.
Tell me what successes you've had other than talking shit.
You're here along with others following me constantly, watching and waiting on me while I have an audience who contributes value to me. Do we have to get into the successes on all levels? Do we really have to do that? You wouldn't know of me if I wasn't successful, fat slave. You and Slow State and Slave Cot, nobody knows of until they hear of me. And they only know me for what I do on some level.
You think I'm following your storyline here? I'm just following what parts of other stories you're...
No, you only know of me because I'm somewhat successful in whatever I do. That's what you want to use and parasite off of. We don't know you or the others for anything other than being a douche online.
Big boy, you're everybody's hero, aren't you? Everybody's hero.
I didn't say that. I'm not seeking to be anybody's hero. If anything, I'm seeking to leave broken, soulless slaves back to themselves and a higher calling that's in all of us. I don't need to be anybody's hero.
I'm muting and I won't keep talking. I'll let you talk if you let me talk. You
don't get to decide what I do on my broadcast. You inept slave. You don't have any power or control here.
Call me up.
Dumb slave. Dumb, desperate slave.
I'm be a punk. I'm a little boy punk named Punk.
We're still waiting for you and the others who threaten violence online, which is like yelling in front of the bubble at jail. You're all the same people who talk a bunch of shit in the day room, and then you get up in front of the cop's window and say, fight me here now. We're waiting for you all to pop up privately and get what the fuck you come for. There's a bathroom right over there. We can walk right in there. I go in there all day. You can come in there and get me. You don't have to yell in front of everybody how you're all going to do violence online. Just come and fucking do it.
Big mouth. Big mouth.
You're a punk ass bitch who was jumping up and down with your fat titties, jumping up and down like Flubber, yelling about Donnie being your daddy 2 years ago. You're the biggest, weakest punk bitch out there, and you're gonna steamroll me? Laughable.
Easily. You're a fucking...
You keep telling yourself that.
Pushover.
You guys are so in a movie, John Wayne. You think I'm going to street beefs fight you. You get anywhere near me and act up, I'm going to teach you a lesson about how the real world works and how you don't put your fucking hands on another man and how you don't threaten violence. See, I'll just leave you somewhere. I'm not going to roll around with you to prove who's John Wayne in a movie, who's Clint Eastwood. We got Clint Eastwood here. We got obese Clint Eastwood. He's going to make my day. We're going to roll around together. No, I'm just going to teach you a lesson about how the real world works. You're going to be left somewhere wishing you didn't act out. That's going to be that.
You're a tough guy, aren't you?
No, I'm not a tough guy. I'm not a tough guy. I'm a man of faith. And if you put me in fear, I act out of character. And I do things like use equipment on people to stop them from their evil behavior.
So I threaten you by saying, come here, I'll wear you out with my left. You fucking...
I don't need to come there when you're watching, waiting, hating on me and need to do something with me or about me. You're the one with the feelers, desires, and problems. So you come handle it. You come handle it. You do something with all your feelers for a year and a half. Desperate fat clown online whose pride and ego's been hurt. You come see me in private like the rest of the clowns like you and handle your fucking affairs and your emotions and business. I'm not coming to see you to beat shit out of you. That doesn't make any sense. I don't have any feelers over you. You all have feelers about me. So come and work them out.
You said you were at a convention and I could come find you there.
Right. When I do the Unslavia Festival, whenever that's going to be, we'll wait for you all to show up with that energy of yours. And after you get dealt with, you're probably going to get charged as well. They'll say, I'm working with police. That's how the world works. Because we know you slaves don't take any L's. So after you get something done to you for acting violent, you're going to go get the cops. And then they're going to talk to us and you're going to get charged.
I'll just bring
because
you
it's all going to be on record that you folks for years have been indicting yourselves online that you want to have me harmed. So even if I don't talk, they're going to check the record and they're going to charge you. Dummy. Then you're all going to say, I'm rapping and working with police for what you shouted with your big fat mouth while the feds were watching. Dummy.
Yeah, I don't have a frog in my pocket, Paul. I don't need other people like you do to fight my battles, and I'm not going to use what...
I've been over it with fat and skinny loser punk failures like you, going back decades ago. They come from other towns, they start fights, they get their ass whooped and their property taken, and they go to calling the police. And then we have to explain to them why they were 3 towns over talking shit online about violence they're going to do and got their ass handed to them. And I don't want to go through it. I'm done playing middle school, high school games with unreconciled egos and broken hearts. Go to therapy and get the fuck out of my life, or I'm going to wind up having to deal with you at some point.
So you just run your mouth, talk shit, and then hide behind fucking people like the cops and guns and all kinds of shit.
Hey, why don't you talk to him? Help him out, man. The fat slave can't keep up. He can't listen to what's going on. He can't figure out what's going on.
Dude, you're a 3-year-old that doesn't know how to fucking literally have a conversation with anyone. You stay in your own lane. You go ahead and act like you're going to get somewhere, and you're looping. You're fucking running around the same track of stupid people, including Snafu. You tell to go away, and then you highlight, and then you tell to go away, and then you highlight, and then you tell to go away. The same as you treat Pineal. You treat him like shit, and then now you're telling him, hey, take care of this guy, because he's lower than you on my totem pole, and if you want to stay on my totem pole, you can fucking do what I say. Oh, by the way, go to Jack's Talcott's panel, do some fucking fuckery over there. This is Paul fucking Chain. You're stupid, dude, and you are actually inviting your own drama upon you. If somebody beats the shit out of you, it's because you asked for it. Not only that, likely you're begging for it because of the way you treat some of these people. But if that's just me and I'm the only one that thinks that, well, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. But I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I think you're just waiting to come around a corner. Somebody's going to find you and knock you fucking silly. It's not even going to be funny because you're probably going to be missing those fucking crooked teeth of yours. But that's just me. Am I the one going to do it? Come near me. You're goddamn right.
Right, you said all that to say that. Are you going to be the one to do it? No. So you're going to sit around, watch, wait, hate, obsess, and hope someone else in the world does your dirty work for you to quench your obsession about me. You're pathetic.
You're asking for it.
You're pathetic.
That's you.
Okay, I'm asking for it. Where are we at? We're waiting. Everyone's waiting. We're waiting for over 3 years for all the folks to come get me and teach me a lesson about how retarded they are catching feelings for someone talking online. We're waiting.
Hey, what about that guy that thought he had your address in Illinois? Tell him where you are in New Mexico.
Why would I purposely give my private address out over the internet for him? Why would I do that?
Because you're a big mouth calling
I thought
everybody
you
else
just said
out.
that I was wanting and waiting and hoping someone would do something to me. No, I'm not. I'm open to that. That's how the world works. If you're truthful and honest and you speak frequently, you're going to make some enemies, and then they have to show up and do whatever they're going to do.
How are you honest if you don't let other people have their fair fucking share of the air?
You don't. There is no fair here. You get what I give you, power hungry, desperate, entitled slave.
If you're going to call,
you don't get to come on whatever panels you want and use the airwaves however you please. That's your entitled, prideful ego.
You invite people when you put the link.
Yes, I invite people to come up here, and then I direct the broadcast on some level to a direction I want to go in that moment.
Disingenuous every time.
It's not disingenuous. It's what I want. I'm entitled in life to get what I want or need. You're not entitled to tell me what I want and need. Fat, desperate fuck slave. Please understand your desperation, desire, narcissism, and control freak behavior. You don't get to go other places and tell people what they want and need, what they're going to get and not do.
Don't you see it? Look in the mirror. Come on.
I'm not interested in you coming here and following me around to tell me about me. I didn't ask for your advice. I didn't ask for your therapeutic and clinical approach. I didn't ask for your spiritual guidance. It's been over 2 years and you're still trying to change me or teach me. Not interested.
I can't wait to see you become the man.
I'm not interested in your fat, low-life self jumping up and down with disgusting titties, yelling for Donald Trump to be your daddy 2 years ago. You are a low consciousness awareness individual. Not only did I not ask you for advice, I wouldn't take advice from a clown like you because you obviously don't have discernment and you don't know yourself and you don't understand life and how things work.
You are Babe the Blue Ox. Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox.
I'm not interested in your feelings about me.
You're an individual.
I'm not interested in Scott Fat 2B's feelings about me.
An 80-year-old woman.
I'm not interested in feelings about me.
Is that your mother? Is Jen your mother?
Yes, Jennifer's my mother. I'm fucking my mother. Now what?
We now know. There you go, folks.
We now know. There it is. You got it. Another great bit by Scott 2B the genius. He's so clever and witty. We're going to repeat something another moron said, right, as a gotcha, because either way you were going to run right after that. There's your calculated cowardly bullshit. I know I'm going to run right after this. Let me throw away gotcha. That no matter how I answer it, you'll have some retort for and then run off. Great stuff, Scott. You don't have to send in the clowns. They're already here. Your thoughts, Penile Power, on Scott's, as usual, pathetic, embarrassing, blubbering, grotesque performance that he's oh so fond of presenting on the interwebs?
I was just waiting for him to, kind of maybe state some of the things he was wanting to speak on instead of just talking about mentioning that there were things he wanted to speak on. He
doesn't have anything. That's a power game. There is nothing he wants to speak on. He's got feelings about me. He's been obsessing over me for 1.5 years, and he just wants to cause controversy and chaos and get into it with me because I won't love him and respect him the way that he believes he should be. He's got mommy and daddy issues. He's projecting them onto me like so many here. Your thoughts, Joshua, on fat, grotesque Scott 2B, who I want to believe is redeemable, but continuously shows me he's not?
I think he needs the daddy issues. Don't you think?
You're just kind of repeating back what you just heard me say, which is like what most people do in the world, and that gets them far. But don't do that with me, right? You just tell me what you think. Like whatever you think, or even if it's nothing. Right? Maybe you have no thoughts or feelings about it. You don't even really know what's going on. I understand that.
I think he's just clowning around.
Well, yeah, he is clowning around because he's a clown in himself and in life. So he has no choice but to clown around, whether he knows it or not. It's like a product of his beingness.
His voice just sounds different.
Yeah, his voice sounds grotesque, like someone gargling mayonnaise. I've noticed that. You noticed that. Yeah. Grotesque.
I think he's using the
It's
voice
very
changer.
off-putting. No, it's not a voice changer. He's just that fat and grotesque that he has that much fluid in his throat cavity. He's that much just enclosed skin and fat and just fluid in his throat cavity. Again, it sounds a lot like someone gargling mayonnaise. And he thinks that's attractive when he tries to hit on women on the panel. And they literally almost vomit every time he does it.
Yeah.
He's basically like the fat, grotesque Spawn creature. If you ever seen the movie Spawn, the villain, just obese, angry, bitter, resentful, constantly trying to interfere with whatever the hero's doing. Yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Like a penguin creature, right? Same idea. Fat, grotesque, mayonnaise-filled voice, and they're just going around town trying to figure out how they can interfere with someone they've deemed as a hero while trying to demean them.
That dude
He knows I'm his hero, like Enrique.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
He's like
That's
Danny
why he
DeVito.
said that. I don't view myself as a hero. I've learned these people do. He said it in the beginning till he got mad at me. Now that all went away, right? So were you lying then or now? They all do it. Pathetic Warrior did it. They all do it. Paulie's the best. He's our hero. He's like truther guy number one. What? He didn't let me talk freely. What? He cracked on me. What? He held me accountable. He's a bad daddy. He should be stopped. Could you believe the evil he's doing over there? Yeah, it's the same fucking game over and over again. They're not gargling mayonnaise like a fat slave. They're gargling seminal fluid. They got my dick in their fucking mouth. Just 24/7, 365. Gargling my baby gravy. Get a fucking life. Get your own personality, your own character on the world stage. Get some fucking character in yourself that you can bring to the world stage. Maybe live a full life. Stop like living in the past. Maybe get your own fucking program and discipline and your own habits. The clown is like trying to demean me. He doesn't even understand. He's demeaning me with something I consider to be an ethic. I show up here 7 days a week, 500 days straight. I don't care that I haven't appeared at Showtime at the Apollo yet or on HBO. Doesn't faze me. What phases me and inspires me about me is that I do what I do day after day while you sit around thinking about maybe one day creating something and being something. I'm doing that. I'm on the path. I'm putting the time and energy, attention, and work in. I'm pursuing a dream and a passion. I'm co-creative. See how that works? Doesn't matter what your value judgment is on my results thus far. Frankly, I'm fairly happy with my results. I have a fairly regular audience. I'm doing better when it comes to value behind the scenes than a lot of other folks who've been on top broadcasts and performances. They're clawing for $5,000 a year just to do a broadcast. You would have no idea what it's like to be me and live like me and get the blessings and grace and mercy that I've experienced from creation and the people who resonate with me that force works through. Are you kidding? I'm so blessed to be able to do what I do. I'm so thankful and grateful and honored. And you want to try to demean it. And you want to act like me showing up every day and showing up for myself and others and putting the time, energy, attention in is somehow a demeaning of my character. No, that's what makes me who and what I am to me. Right? That's all that matters is how I see myself, not how you see me. A clown who couldn't do anything 500 days straight other than be a fat, grotesque pig. That's about it. It's about the only thing I've seen you do 500 fucking days straight with any kind of consistency. You must be kidding. You guys just live in a completely different world than I do, on a completely different value and ethics system than I do. All about the fake shit, all about the shallow, materialistic shit. Nothing about the real deal and the authenticity and the credibility and integrity and the ethic and the habits that, if not led to success at this time will lead to success over time. You wouldn't know anything about that because you're not a successful man. So how dare you come here and try to talk to me or anyone else in this audience about what success is when you obviously are not a living example of it and you haven't attained it on any level. Just another fat fraud. There's so many of them in this realm is what you find. So many inauthentic corporate males clinging on to what they've done in the past that aren't worth anything at this time and have no worthy conversation or resolution for anybody, let alone themselves. Your thoughts, penile power?
My fault. I was stepped away there for a second, but I was listening for the most part. My thoughts. My thoughts on your thoughts, or my thoughts in general on life and experience, or
Your thoughts on if we project it out from me being 34 years old and having a somewhat successful broadcast and having regular value show up and having everything I need and then some. If we project that out another, I don't know, 5-10 years, while the fat pig slave is already ready to die in his late 50s, however old he is, looks like he's post-mortem, bloated and already dead, filled with gaseous waste. Your thoughts on any of that? That if we project it out, I will have everything I need and then some. I won't have to break down my mommy's door to repossess her property because I already have that and already secured that, doing what I love to do that some folks think I'm good at. While you sit around and tell us about some album you co-wrote for 20 years ago, desperate to be on folks' panels to try to stay relevant or get relevant and try to drum up some kind of value and existence for yourself.
I mean,
and I'm the one doing that, being that, and creating that while he's trying to use that. Sorry, I'm answering for you. Your thoughts on any of that?
I mean, you didn't meet Two Live Crew, though. That is the thing, is that,
Right.
you know, you didn't actually meet them, so...
Right. I only had the woman from the Roots who once again sought me out and came to give me value because she said I was a great leader and speaking truth, right? And, you know, I've only had the professional. Let's not get into it. Let's not get into the egocentric bullshit they like to play with no results, because I could play that, but it really doesn't matter. Like, one follows the other. Those folks came here because there's value, inspiration, and power and truth here. They wouldn't have come here if there wasn't that. Who is the head of that? Me. You can't say that for yourself in any venue. Because even if you did meet a musician, it was only so they could use you and parasite off you and then cast you back out into the abyss at best. They don't respect you. They don't value you. They don't think you're a leader because you're not. You're a follower, user, parasite, just like those people who met you and validated you, apparently. See, you wouldn't know what it's like to just be who and what you are, speak freely for hundreds of days straight, and have multiple famous and rich people in physicality and finances show up just to be part of who and what you are and what you do. You would have no idea what that's like. The only time you ever get anyone of any prominence around you is when you're all going to mutually use each other and parasite off each other and do deviant behavior together. See the difference? Even if you get to where you think the panacea is, the way you got there and why you're there are completely different from who and what I am and what I'm doing. I don't have to suck dick and sell my soul to be deemed as valuable by all the people you deem as valuable. That, quite frankly, to me, just another man or woman, just another day. I don't hang my hopes and my hat on that shit. Go ahead, Penile Power. Take over. It's your broadcast now. It's the Penile Power Show.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I wish he maybe would have articulated some thoughts other than fighting and spinning. But anyway, maybe he'll come back another time and figure it out. You didn't get to any... what's it like to live in a world where you're not considered working unless you're being used by another man? Good question.
It's great. It proves to me that I was right all along. I'd rather be right than president.
Haven't seen them around in a long time.
Yeah, they're confused. I am working when I come here, even if I'm doing what I love to do, so I never work a day in my life. There is work that goes on here. There is change that goes on here. There is inherent value, supernatural beingness that goes on here. Right? So that's them. They're not working on themselves or in life. They're working for someone else's vision to bring about their slavery and genocide, most of them. And then there's a select few who are servants, essentially, of the community, right? Because again, we need some level of products and services. So if you're bringing that to people daily, things that they need to co-create in this life, then that's a service. But again, here's where it folds in on itself. If you're bringing, moons over my hammy and hash brown to someone every day, and then you're paying federal slave tax to fund the enforcement of code and policy, right, and not changing your status and standing and doing wars around the world, well, then you're indirectly causing your own slavery and genocide. So you're being used, right? It's kind of very subtle there, but seemingly very obvious. So I'm not down on the working man who gets up every day to bring a product and a service to a community. You need a servant's heart to do that. You got to have will and ambition and discipline to do that. You got to have an ethic to do that, right? But when it all feeds back and funnels back into a collectivized process of slavery and genocide, well, then we got a problem. We got something we got to look at there. And again, that's what the quote unquote devil or the archetype of the aspect of self does in the human condition is seeks to take everything that is pure and good and true and necessary and corrupt it into something that is self-destructive and destructive to others. I don't talk to cops. I don't answer questions. Let's go to it. San Joaquin Valley. Got to break up the energy anyway, huh? Penile power.
Yeah.
We can't get any coherency or continuity out of Scott Too Big or seemingly many others here. So you got to break up that energy.
I'm sure. I would imagine it's probably on your docket, but I don't know if you were going to touch on the ridiculous fucking flooding in I think Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and some other places. Definitely some shit going on, man. Ever since.
Yeah, I got it. I got it up there.
Okay.
The super highway they're creating to bring people to Dubai and other places, right as they're doing World War III in the Middle East. It's obvious what they're doing. We're doing one world order, so they're going to have to start to disperse all these folks from their home nations out to other foreign nations and then rule them by one world code system. So they'll make it very attractive for a lot of the American slaves and other slaves to go to Dubai, right? Like where Andrew Tate says is amazing. You guys got to go to Dubai because you don't even need a gun there. I mean, you're not allowed to have one, but you don't even need one there. There's no crime. All the officials and agents have the guns and you don't. It's really safe there. So yeah, they're like starting the process now, the new world where there is no more home nation state. It's going to be pretty much Babylon, where you're going to have all bunch of corrupted languages and corrupted folks from their corrupted homelands that they've all dispersed out to a centric global point. And it seems they're setting up for it to be China/Dubai, right? That's going to be the head of their new world order, and that's going to be the most attractive place or places for all the other Republican, conservative, nationalist, common law nation folks to retreat to in times of civil and world war, which of course they're helping, further extenuate. It's obvious that they're either, I was going to say allowing that, but it's obvious they're creating that, right? They're helping to create the conditions using the mind and heart control in the political system to do world war and civil war, so they can then, it would seem, funnel this whole new population to the millions of empty apartments and mansions they have in China just sitting there, and all the new infrastructure they're building on places like Dubai. It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence.
Ghost cities, right?
Yeah. They're like, what are they doing? It's not corruption or incompetence. They're just 20, 30, 50 years ahead of the rest of the slaves. So yeah, they're building millions of ghost cities and apartments on Asia and on Dubai because they're going to fill in with a bunch of Canadians and Australians and Americans. Get a fucking clue if they have their way.
Well, it makes you wonder about all these supposed Walmarts that, they were going to become FEMA camps. Well, it's like, that was a long time ago. Is it possible that they actually became, I don't know, I'm just theorizing, thinking out loud here, that a lot of them got hollowed out and repurposed and refurbished to be entry points for underground tunnelway systems.
Sean, I've said it before. Yeah, right. There's the underground tunnels thing. It's all there. They're creating a secret network of transportation. But the reality is, bro, all of us here are not from here. This is where like the go Pauly sounds crazy with his theorizing. No, check the record and the stats and the history. It's common sense. I'm from Ireland and Italy. What am I doing here? And everyone else who's on America is not American originally. They're not from here. They came on boats and on transport to this land to escape slavery and genocide. What makes you think that history is not going to repeat itself on some level? What makes you think that you're not going to fast forward 50 years and have an Ellis Island on Dubai or on Asia and have all these folks say, well, I was Irish and Italian and then we left there, and I was American and we left there, and now we're here because the slavery and genocide got to us. Oh, sorry, we funded it and created it and built it and manned the positions. So then we had to run from ourselves and what we created. We've been doing this from the beginning of time. We pretty much all ran from Egypt to begin with. It's the same game over and over again. I don't care that people have this fetish with the country they're born on that doesn't even exist beyond a conceptualization. It's a piece of land. It's a landmass. And your bitch asses will create slavery and genocide here and then run from it like you always do. The fuck else is new? The rest of us are going to be taken political prisoner and be killed. What else is new?
Hey, Paul, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
Do you know last time my house got, my family got arrested?
For what?
They're knocking our door down. They're saying they're looking for drugs.
Okay, well, I mean, again, I don't know how much you know and can even talk about, because a lot of times in life, as we grow and get older and mature, we realize there's more to the story than what we're being told. So, I mean, listen, Joshua,
Three people got arrested. My mom.
Yeah, well, Joshua, the reality is, man, is like I've kind of tiptoed around the subject because I know it might be traumatic to you or painful to you or just uncomfortable, or maybe it's none of those things and I don't want to make it that for you. But, it seems to me with what I've seen from you that your family is not doing what they are supposed to be doing in life. They don't seem to be to caring for you. They don't seem to be directly involved in your life. They seem to just kind of put you off on the devices and whatever kind of shitty diet I've been seeing you eating cookies and cakes and drinking soda. I mean, I can relate on some level, but that's precisely because I can relate that I'm saying this to you. So you're not alone by any means. A lot of us are born to homes that are essentially broken or filled with broken people, and we wind up with a less than quality lifestyle, right? But that's kind of what we're doing here. We're here meeting to, remember and to redefine what our roles are here and how to live a life that is fulfilling and enriching, right? And not just filled with anxiety, depression, dysfunction, drugs and alcohol, domestic abuse. So I mean, this is just part of life, man. I think it's partially why you are brought here to be with me, and what we do here is because there is something lacking in your life and in your home, right?
Yeah. I was screaming. I was crying. I was like this. Like that. Yeah,
well, I mean, there's a good chance that
trying to want to come into a house, and I was like, "Mom, did you hear someone? I think we're getting squatted." And I was like, put my hands out like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, odds are, unless they're using cannabis, some kind of herb or something, plants, there's a good chance if 3 people got arrested, then there's some activity going on around there that would fit the profile of the rest of what I've seen with your lifestyle. So it's not your fault. You didn't do anything. You can't change any of it. So you're just going to have to get through it, do what you could do, focus on your life and what you need to do while you're here, and let them figure it out their own way, right? When we get older and we have a lot of pain that we can't kind of fix, we start using drugs and alcohol to kill the pain, right? To deal with the pain. And then we wind up, numbing ourselves. We can't love our children. We don't spend time with them, right? We get just completely messed up, right, inside. So it's possible that that's what's happening, that your parents or members of your family are having some tough times right now. They're having some addiction and some drugs and alcohol in their life, and they're going to need to make change. And potentially that's what these agents came to try to help them in their own weird way to do, potentially. I don't know all the facts. I'm saying it's possible. I don't know if you know all the facts, right? Neither of us probably know the whole story. But there's a good chance if they were arrested that this is a time where they're going to have to get put in timeout, basically, right? So that you can understand it. They may have to get put in timeout so they look at themselves and their behavior and start making better choices.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's nothing that you did. There's nothing that you can do. This is not about you. This is what you need to understand. This is not about you. This is about them and their past and their history and their dysfunction, right? Their pain and what they need to work on, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to move on. Yep. Past that.
Your thoughts, Penile Power?
Do you ever get access to do you have access, Josh, to like any fresh food, any fruits or vegetables, fresh water, basics
I drink water sometimes.
out of the tap?
I was like drinking water, thinking about it, and then I went outside and cried to someone. My best
Where are you
friend.
sitting right now? Because I noticed that room has changed.
Yeah, they're not blue anymore.
Who are you staying with?
That cones used to be Stranger Things.
Right, I'm asking you who you're staying with.
Rizzo, my mom.
Okay.
I'm watching a movie in there. So yeah. Lee's got a new boyfriend.
Who got a new boyfriend?
Leah.
Who's
sister.
Leah? Your sister?
Yeah. His name is Johnny.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And my sister is pregnant.
She's pregnant.
Yep. She's having a baby right now.
Yeah. Well, it should be a cause for celebration then. It's a joyous occasion.
Yep. I'm gonna be an uncle. I'm real happy for it.
Can I ask how old she is?
I don't know. I've forgotten it. I forgot age.
Right.
So yeah.
Wait, what was that? I didn't.
He doesn't know her age.
I forgot.
It's not important. Age is just a number.
Yeah.
Not what I should be saying when they're trying to write up pedo narratives. You're right, Penile Power.
Right,
I sense your hesitancy there. I'm kind of doing a bit non-bit, but then they'll take it and run with it because,
Of course they will.
we live in a world of very sick people.
So yeah.
All right, well, that's good. Bruiser, as his name goes, right? Bruiser and your mom are watching a movie in the next room. Your sister's been impregnated lately by Johnny. And 3 people were arrested in your home recently for drug activity.
Yeah.
All right, we're living a full life already, huh? Yeah.
We have to
Hopefully it was
move
verbal.
into the kitchen 5 times.
Huh? You got it all.
Into this kitchen right back
So
there.
it was plant-based substances, at least.
Did your sister graduate from high school?
She doesn't go to school.
She doesn't go to school, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on what the household is and You know, I'm sure you guys can figure that out. You know, some folks don't go to school because their parents can't be bothered to get them ready for school, which is a little bit different than not sending them to school because they don't want them to be mind and heart controlled, right?
I go to college
Right.
for old people.
You go to college?
Yeah, I go to old people's school.
Yeah, clown college. That's what we're doing here online. You didn't know that, Peanut Power? This is UCC, University Clown College.
YouTube
I
University.
got lots of friends.
Yeah, so do I. Most of them are imaginary, but it works.
Do you know who my friends are? Is Jenna and some of them as well. Because I like Jenna because she's my friend.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, let's go to the I don't talk to cops thing.
Yeah. Let's
I don't
move on,
answer
guys.
questions.
What's your name?
Sanford.
What's your badge number?
524146.
I don't want to speak to you. Because I don't want to. I don't talk to cops. I don't answer questions.
Answer a couple questions.
You have a good day.
Two. Let's keep an arm's length. Your car registered?
Since you are making contact with me, let me speak to you, Sergeant, please. I am requesting a sergeant.
Are you detained?
Well, obviously you came and made contact with me for some reason, and you're actually searching my plate, so I want to speak to a sergeant, brother.
I'll tell you right now.
You ain't gonna tell me nothing. I want to speak to a sergeant. I don't want to hear, bro. I don't want to hear. I'm a cop watcher, bro. I need to speak to a sergeant. You're gonna see me in the department soon, bro.
Have a good day.
Fuck you. Punk ass motherfucker. Dirty.
We're auditing.
Cop.
It's
You're a
auditing.
dirty cop.
I gotta
Audit.
make a quick disclaimer.
On the audit. So yeah, Joshua, I mean, I was just going to leave it alone, but some folks are talking down there, and I can't deny that I get the inclination or the intuition that you may be telling stories. Like, is it possible that you just wanted to make that up, that somebody got arrested so you could feel like a part of whatever goes on here because you think people get arrested here, or what's going on?
It's actually for real.
It's not true?
It's real.
It is real.
Yeah.
Okay,
Everything
so
is
who are the
real.
3 people that got arrested?
It was Bruiser, my mom, Ash.
Who's the 3rd person?
Ash.
Who's that?
Lee's ex-boyfriend. Yep. It's her ex-boyfriend. She broke up with him.
When did this happen?
10 months ago.
10 months ago.
Yep.
That's probably around the time he used to come here, right, Josh? He stopped coming around for a while.
I'm falling asleep a little bit. I need to keep focused. So yeah.
My friend wants to say, hey, Josh, hold on.
Hey, what's up? Oh, so cute. Your cat is so cool. He's like, Dad, what am I doing on this camera thing? He's so cute. You know that cat. He's so cute. I love cats. They keep me. I'll go like this.
All right. So how long ago were they arrested?
It was like 2023.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. I get what they're picking up on from the beginning, but like, you know, his eye movements are consistent. You know, he's looking up and to the left, which from my understanding is retrieving memories. So he's apparently accessing a memory to speak about it. He's not crafting a memory.
Yeah.
So if this happened last year, then what's become of it? Where's it gone from there?
I really don't want to talk about it because it freaks me out.
The image is flipped on screen. Yeah, I'm aware of that. It doesn't change that he looked up and to the left, from my understanding. Did you raise your left hand? That's his left hand? Does he know the difference between left and right? I'm pretty sure that it's flipped, so his other side is his left side. No? Am I off on something here?
Maybe he's losing it. What's his name on the chat thing? What's that little green square thing?
The screen is inverted. Okay. I think you're inverted.
Sure.
No, not you. Them down there.
Oh. Sure, Newton.
Okay, when was the first time that you ate a hamburger?
Me.
Yeah, you.
I eat it all the time.
No, when was the first time? Try to think back to the first time. How old were you?
I was like, 18.
He's up and to the left again to remember when his first. Now, we could argue about the age and whatever else, but I think that he's a little confused about age. I'm not so sure he knows. Well, it's a whole other thing.
Can you hear someone in my background?
Yeah, what's she saying?
It's Bruce saying it. I don't want to be quiet.
All right, what'd you do yesterday?
Been chilling.
He's up and to the left again. Stop telling me the screen's inverted when I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and it's obvious that that's his side.
For me.
We got a lot of geniuses in the chat who can't figure out what the fuck's going on, and they think they're trying to teach me something. All they're doing is getting me to second guess what I'm doing and making no sense. As usual.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be surprised. A lot of geniuses online who know better than daddy. Got all the answers.
I think they need a daddy issues.
Right. So I'm pretty sure your other hand was your left hand, no?
Yeah. There's a lot of people in the chat too. There's only like 6 of us. 5 of us.
Right. You can't disprove it because he doesn't know the difference between left and right, dummy.
He is dummy, isn't he, Paul?
Okay, make an L with your thumb and your first finger and put it up to your head.
With a shape of an L on his forehead.
Yeah, that's his right hand.
And this is my left one.
Yeah, because when you make the left, it's it's like the weird L, right?
Yeah.
So the right hand, it shows up on screen as an L. When he does the left hand, it shows up as the reverse of an L. That's how that's obviously his right hand right there, and the other one is his left.
This is the left one.
So we already proved for the ones who aren't retarded, which would be me and a few others maybe, we already knew what hand was which. We could already figure that out just by like looking at the image.
Someone's saying, good job, Paul.
Right. I'm like, I just blew everyone away with that right there. Like, how did he just do that? We couldn't figure out which was left and right. We need confirmation here. But we already got the confirmation. The fact that you can't figure out what's obvious to me is our confirmation. Your discernment's lacking. That's what you're all doing here. Mine's not. Most of the time. Most of the time.
Everyone's talking about chat again.
All right, I don't know where we're going with this. We got to get to some breaking slave news. We got to move along here. Saudi Arabia raced to build a $22 billion railway in the desert for peanut power. He's worried about that. He doesn't want to get shipped off to Abu Dhabi.
It's one of the
I cannot believe they are doing this to my country.
Spanning 109 miles.
Where's Bo Shaney when you need him?
Across a desert city, the $22.5 billion Riyadh Metro is an incredible feat of
To the 10 people out of 22,000 still on the Paul and Slave channel. You can hop over to Pimp on Slave whenever you like.
And showing that
there's actually live chat there.
Progressive,
fun.
Is modern.
For the last decade, Saudi Arabia has been investing billions of its oil revenues into engineering a legacy that will outlive the man on the throne. Now, the country is gearing up to host two huge world events, both of which would bring money, tourism, and political clout. It's a golden opportunity for the kingdom in its quest to transform its economy and improve its human rights reputation on the world stage. It also turns up the pressure to complete this massive infrastructure project that's already years behind schedule. This is Saudi Arabia's race to finish the railway that could open its doors to the world. This is the Riyadh Metro network. 6 lines, 85 stations, and 109 miles of new track stretching across a city built on sand. Most cities build something of this scale in a number of phases over a number of decades. But Saudi Arabia is turning these flashy renderings into reality in just one phase, making it one of the world's largest single-phase metro projects. That's because Riyadh is a city with big ambitions.
It's really remarkable, the transformation that happened over 30 years or so. The physical environment has changed, the social structure has changed, and it's just a very different atmosphere, a very different vibe.
In the 70s, the city used the country's oil profits to expand its infrastructure around the automobile. Riyadh has gone through some big changes since then. Its urban environment has expanded as the population has grown nearly 20 times larger. Women were granted the right to drive, and international tourists can now visit. Much like
yeah, it's where everyone wants to go. Andy Taint says, you're going to love it in Dubai. It's great. There's no crime. You don't even need a gun. Even though you're not allowed to have one, you don't need it. Tax is real low. You'll still pay it. Yeah, it's great. You know, you can't use cannabis there, apparently. You can't drink alcohol, I don't think. Maybe some parts of it. But, you know, it's going to be the perfect slave paradise where everything will work because it'll be forced to. You really won't have much choice. Turns out the less freedom human beings have, the better everything works for everybody. So we're going to make that happen, and we're going to make it really comfortable and profitable and, you know, even sort of incentivized, right? We're going to make you kind of want that. We're going to make you kind of want no rights, no freedom, no principles, no property, and be really happy. It's going to feel really comfortable and safe. So I'm for it. Are you for it, Penal Power? Everyone being moved? Like the original Ellis Island to Saudi Arabia and to mansions in China?
Yeah, it's a smart move, you know. It's just smart move, all capital letters.
Right. Very smart move.
Right.
You know, these are smart cities full of smart people.
Indeed.
Okay.
We'll get as many in there as possible.
Right.
And then even push that a little bit, right? Because I mean, I'm sure you could fit some more after that, you know, just kind of do.
Once
some
we
maybe,
tokenize these people and get them mapped out with that fucking Elon satellite, right? Once we get this whole like creation mapped out and digitized, we can tokenize, and then everyone's going to do real well for just existing. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I find a good model is like Shenzhen. I think Shenzhen's the perfect model. So
Right.
if everyone follows the Shenzhen model.
That's where I get all my great shit from. When I order from Amazon, it comes right from Shenzhen. Everything, all of it. It's like a paradise for me. I won't even have to order from Amazon. I just walk out my door and it's just factories, industrialization, constant fucking products being pumped out that I really don't need, but I want them. And I got a bunch of tokenized social credit and Catcoin to just waste away on it. So why the hell not? That's one of our pastimes as Americans now living on Dubai, of course. We're Dubaians. Part of our pastime is buying shit. Okay? Buying shit makes us feel at home. Buying shit makes us feel like we got purpose and meaning and value. Buying shit, there's nothing like it.
Right. Buying shit, the song. We got to come up with that. I'm going to start writing it now.
All right. Well, in another news, Penal Power, turns out pretty much every store in Hollywood's been closed. We don't know what that is. Okay. I'm not saying they closed everything on Hollywood because it's a harbinger of things to come. And pretty much Hollywood's a built to fail prospect, a lot like the banking system, you could argue. It's really only there to occupy a space for a time and kind of fleece the sheep of the public and, have a pretty good size portion of slaves to pick like fruit who you want to fuck. I mean, let's be real about it. That's what Hollywood supposed to be about. It's about drawing in all the broken lost souls and then picking from them like fruit when you want to throw a Diddy party. I'm not talking about things that we don't know about people. I'm bringing clarity where there's confusion. That's a good thing. So let's go to that. Let's go to the man, Asian man, I believe. I don't know why I'm specifying the man's ethnicity, but Asian man, amazing Asian man.
Yeah,
walking up and down the streets of Hollywood showing how pretty much everything's closed now.
Yes, these Hollywood Star Tours.
Yellow people are all right, and they're all right, honestly.
That's cool. It's a cool town.
This used to be
Nothing's open, but cool town.
Closed now. So this block here only has a Wells Fargo that's open. Then everything else is closed. These are 4 in a row. This used to be a bar. It says Baja Beach Bar. All boarded up. Bunch of trash. This place right here is also vacant. We're in Hollywood, California today. We're walking Hollywood Boulevard.
Is that man Asian? That man's not Asian.
Come and pay a visit to Hollywood Boulevard. This place
Hollywood,
is dying.
fucking California, starting to look like Hollywood, Florida.
Change the name to Holy City.
He's some kind of Razvan
That's
creature.
all that's open.
I piece and cheat on Walk of Fame.
And I know we're all familiar with the movie industry. It brings
I
memories,
would love
especially
to
the
live
best
here, mate.
movies from 60s, 70s, 80s.
Oh, now?
I would love to live there, mate.
You would love to live over there?
Yeah. And
Yeah, well, that's why you need to. They might be right about this, right? You're okay with me, but you might need to stay away from a lot of these other people because they're going to wind up like bringing you to Hollywood and having some kind of weird scene going on. So I don't think you really do want to live there. You just don't know it. We're gonna make sure you stay far away from there. I mean, quite frankly, I think you should be far away from Bruiser and whoever that mother is of yours. But I'm not gonna make that determination. I'm pretty sure the state of wherever you live is gonna make that determination, but I'm not. I shouldn't say that. I'm recanting that. I'm recanting that officially on the record. That wasn't nice. That wasn't right for me to say. I'm concerned. I'm concerned by some judgments and discernments and calls that have been made and, where this all may be going. Right. So when you get this look in your eye and you start like wanting to live on the broken down, poverty stricken streets of Hollywood, seemingly just sprawling with and teeming with predatory like individuals, that concerns me. You might not be getting the guidance that you need over there. And that's why you're here with me. Because I am, of course, 2023. I don't know if you know this, Joshua. I was voted world's best online daddy. 2023. We haven't held the vote for 2024 yet, but I am hopeful and more importantly faithful that I will retain that title. I can't see anyone else getting that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're gonna have to give you some more guidance so that you stay far away from Uncle Bruiser there, who I suspect is a weirdo, and more importantly, Hollywood. You get me?
Yeah.
Right. I think we have an understanding. Okay. What else do I got here? Video shows Ohio man confront Uber driver before fatal shooting. Slaves are at it again. That time of year.
Here
They're Ubering, they're shooting, they're doing genocide. What else?
Step out of the way
Bruiser's
here.
drinking again. He's smoking crack. He's getting arrested. What else?
Is accused of shooting and killing an Uber driver. He now faces a murder charge and potential other charges. According to reports, authorities say William Brock had been receiving multiple threatening scam calls the morning of March 25th. The calls were concerning an incarcerated relative, and Brock was told to meet at the courthouse to pay a ransom of $12,000 in bail money, or they would kill him and his relative. Around the same time of the call, Lolitha Hall received directions from the same person or an accomplice, instructing her to go to Brock's home to pick up a package for delivery. Dashcam video from Hall's car shows her arrive to Brock's home to pick up that package. According to reports from the Clark County Sheriff's Office, Brock allegedly had a gun. This video appears to confirm that. The incident report says Brock allegedly took Hall's phone and wouldn't let her leave. And
all right, I want to try a test here real quick, Joshua. Could you just tell Bruiser and your mom, say, I'm talking to some strange man online right now, and he wants to talk to you. Just tell them I want to talk to them. I want to see what they say. You're pretending to talk to them, aren't you? Because you're fearful they're going to beat you and abuse you?
They're watching a movie still. They're busy.
No, just I want you to call out to them and say, I have some strange man on the computer with me I'm talking to, and he wants to talk to you guys. I want to see how they respond to that.
Just know.
Why are you so fearful and threatened? Like, are they going to hurt you? Is someone going to hurt you? Why are you so fearful to call that
They're
out?
gonna tell me I'm on here because they know I'm getting in trouble for this.
So you're not supposed to be on here.
No, because
Well, then why the hell are you on here then? And why are they not watching what you're doing? That's even more concerning to me.
I'm gonna go get to bed. It's late.
Yeah, you better go to bed, man.
All right.
It's getting late.
See ya.
All right, I'll see you later. What am I going to do with this kid, with this guy? He's 20. This guy's 20. You believe this? Fucking Penal Power is like 23. And, you know, I'm not sure that Penal Power has any more together than Joshua does. I'm pretty sure Joshua is a bit more successful. He somehow can afford working equipment.
Nobody likes you when you're 23. I'm just glad I don't have an
Sorry, I'm doing the thing Scott Too Fat accused me of again, where I'm insulting you and demeaning you because everyone's got to be beneath me. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have done that. You're used to it now, aren't you? I've got you used to it. You're called it up.
Yeah, you're just totally just hurting my feelings right now, too. So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're like, oh, you're not supposed to be on there, and then he's on there. They know he's on there, and they're gonna pretend like where everyone's doing this thing. We're all pretending in life. They're like, oh, Josh was in the room. He's watching something. We totally hear him talking. There's obviously they hear me talking back, but he's not supposed to be on there. But they don't care. They don't care, and they're not going to check in on it. I don't know if this is good or bad or indifferent. I don't know if there is good and bad going on here. It's just not what it could be. If that makes sense. I don't even know if anything wrong is happening. Maybe I'm just overly concerned. But I mean, again, when you tell me, hey, I got a new stepdaddy, his name is Bruiser, I mean, my antennas go up right off the bat. Sorry. I go, is he Bruiser to mom? Like, does mom call him Bruiser because she's getting bruised by him? Or like, is this his street name? I mean, that doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. Maybe he's a biker. His name is Bruiser. He drinks a little bit from time to time, but he's a loving, caring, patient man. I don't know.
Maybe he's in Bruiser Brigade. Maybe he listens to Danny Brown, possibly. I don't know. I doubt it, but anything's possible. You might have no knowledge of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying. Again, that's a regular thing with you. No.
You don't know Danny Brown?
No.
Yeah, he's just a rapper. A ridiculous rapper at that. Very, very strange. Rapping about chicken heads and Cool Ranch Doritos.
Yeah, they just seem very removed and like uninvolved in that kid's life and like just unconcerned with the, what else is new? Unconcerned with just the potential hazards of life and the lifestyle that he's living. I mean, again, what else is new, right? They'll call me a pedo, pogo, whatever else. Meanwhile, at one point, I'm watching a little boy and a little girl. And when I go over to the house to watch them and babysit them, essentially, the mother leaves them with internet and a remote, and they're on the TV watching wet ass pussy and just songs about fucking and all the rest of it. And the girl's 8 years old and she's twerking. And now I have to tell the mother of a daughter that maybe she shouldn't be putting her in cheerleading at 7 years old and giving her the remote and letting her watch wet ass pussy and twerking with strange men in the house. Like maybe we're a little early on this, little bit early on little ahead of the curve on the overly sexualizing, objectifying a woman and their body when she's 7, maybe we wait on that. I don't know. I mean, I don't have my own children, so who am I to tell a mother how to, because that's what they say to me. Please don't tell me how to parent my children. You're just here to babysit. I go, isn't that interesting logic? So I'm here to be with them when you're gone and watch them, but I can't tell you how to parent them? Very bizarre logic. A woman, of course, who also left a little son with an openly gay man who was an alcoholic one day. Another genius like my father. Quite frankly, this is a woman who left a daughter with me, not knowing completely who and what I am and what I could potentially do. She doesn't know me completely. Does anyone ever really know anyone completely and what they're capable of? I mean, I go, number one, I know you think I'm a good guy and maybe I am, but you don't really know. And the fact that you're willing to let me stay here with your daughter means you're willing to do it with other men. That's concerning to me. It's just as concerning to me as you letting your son be babysat by an alcoholic gay man. I mean, you're kind of just like rolling the dice and upping the probability that something weird's going to happen. And then they'll say, you're being biased against homosexuals. Not all homosexuals are pedophiles. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, knowing that we're a creature, an animal on some level, you probably shouldn't leave your daughter with grown men who are not part of the family. You could argue even family members. You might have to kind of look them over and figure out what's going on. Probably not the best practice to leave little girls with grown men, and probably not the best practice to leave little boys with gay drunken men. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. Forgive me if I'm doing the whole I'm offensive. I'm like East Coast Italian Irish. And what to me is common sense is like offensive to everyone else nowadays. Because this is common fucking sense to me. All right. If like I'm probably going to leave the boy and the girl with another female figure if possible, if I don't have strong men in the family who I can trust and who I pretty much know their track record and level of credibility. I'm weird like that. I'm very paranoid, apparently, is what they tell me. Thoughts on any of that, Peanut Power, before we move on here and get rid of some of this break and slave news? I got to clean up some of this news I got lying around back
here. Fat Johnny Mazzio says Jojo Siwa is teaching kids how to twerk and be gay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of these quote unquote influencers are doing. The Jeffree Star types, which I just happened to tune into Z's last night for I guess 60 seconds because it just so happened to be ending as I tuned in, and I noticed his name was Jeffree Star. So I don't know what the context of that was or the lore or whatever. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about, just in us, regardless of even what we know we're growing into, there's something that's a bit sort of off-putting when you see children that have been inducted into the sexualization through their habits and behaviors when they're not even quite sure or aware completely of what it is they're doing or involved in. So it wasn't cute. It wasn't funny to me. You could argue it was a defense mechanism because on some level, we look at a young girl and we see who they're going to grow into. And we know in ourselves, the animal we are, that one day we're going to be wanting them to do that. But, that's a different discussion. When they're of a certain age of maturation and reason, especially not even before the age of puberty. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. You got a little girl there shaking her ass in my face, and I'm having to tell the mother, this is off-putting. It's bizarre. It's bizarre that you would encourage this. It's bizarre that you would think this is okay to let her do this behavior in front of a strange man in the home when she doesn't even know what she's doing completely.
Yeah, there's a fine line between, dancing or, clogging. Like my sister used to do clogging. Both of my sisters did dancing. You know what I mean?
No, give me a break, dude. That's completely different than them sticking their ass out with their hands on their knees and looking back at you like they're trying to get you to fuck them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not the same. Not even comparable, really. But that's the thing, is that the lines have been blurred so much that
yeah, because the bottom line is the mama was a hoe and she thinks it's cute to watch her daughter act like a little hoe, and I don't find it to be cute. All right, let's get this breaking slave news out of the way, man. These people are disgusting. That's the bottom line here. Israeli warplanes hit Rafah. IDF tanks move into Gaza. We're furthering the World War III. Who could have seen this coming? Oh, wait.
When and if Israel, the world awaits, when and if Israel will respond to the attacks over the weekend from Iran. So I want to bring in my next guest here of this hour. This is David.
Oh, they will. They're too busy convincing all the slaves first that the attack they're going to do is righteous and programming everyone first.
And some of
that doesn't have a single hair
as well.
on his
David,
face.
thanks so much for joining us.
Already setting the stage. Oh, IDF's going to retaliate to their victimhood attack, and Iran's already setting the stage. If Israel responds, we're going to war. We know it's all staged. We know what you're doing.
This
dude does not even look real
to 48 hours.
I'm sorry. What the?
Yeah, I think there's a range of options here, and I would argue that it's retaliation is really a when and how, not if, question at this point. I think some measure of response.
Right. Even he knows it's definitely going to happen. Exactly. You all know what you're doing.
When they do it and how. So I think on the when, we've already been hearing statements from the Israeli war cabinet that basically say we'll respond at a time and place of our choosing. In the region, that tends to mean we don't yet have a plan and know exactly how we're going to do this, and we'll figure it out soon. So that could be any time in the coming days, weeks, even months. And in terms of how, there's really a menu of options, all the way from deniable covert action that could be done inside Iran to strikes on Iranian proxies, all the way up to a full-fledged Israeli strike, on Iranian military installations, command and control structure inside Iran. So there's a lot that's uncertain at this point, but I think the fact that retaliation is coming to some degree is fairly certain.
Yeah, no doubt. And could anything be on the table as far as technological about trying to maybe get into the infrastructure of Iran's computer systems as well?
Yeah, I think cyber would certainly be on the menu. There are a lot of benefits to, frankly, more deniable forms of cyber warfare. Covert action, I mean, I say deniable, the Iranians would know.
Cyber polygon.
But it would not generate the kind of political, frankly, theatrical atmosphere that we saw in the Iranian strikes over the weekend. So cyber assassinations inside Iran, frankly, drone production facilities, 170 plus of these projectiles were drones sent from Iran. I mean, the production capabilities, the warehousing, all that kind of stuff inside Iran, I think would be fair game.
Yeah, I wonder how many moves until they cut the grid down or the internet down and blame it on Iranian hackers. because they've been forecasting that for over a year. Wonder when they're gonna unveil that psychological warfare operation. That'll be fun, and we need it. These panels have become so bereft of logic, morals, and ethics. We need a good grid down scenario. Just get everybody refocused. I could see where that'll work, right? Klaus has some good ideas. The devil does good sometimes, it would seem. Thoughts? Anything, Pino?
Yeah, again, they're just hinting at what was all forecasted in Cyber Polygon, much like what was forecasted in Event 201 before, the other thing.
They're like,
So,
listen, we don't know exactly how or when. We just know we're going to slave you and do genocide and blame it on a bunch of people that leaves us with no liability and you with no control. So just get used to that. That's a common theme and narrative. We know that. It's very Slavid 19, right?
there will likely come a time when the cyber pandemic will affect the whole world, not just the US, but the whole world.
You know what, Pino? You're not really taking this seriously, and you're not really supporting the New World Order and what needs to happen. But someone here is, okay, and that's why I don't really deal with you too much. I just kind of insult you, like Scott Too Fat says. But someone that I really respect and admire and defer to, Dog the Bounty Hunter, will comment now, right, on the fact that migrants are going back. Right, that's the quote. Dog the Bounty Hunter says, these migrants are going back. Okay, so we're full on WWE now. We even got the look at the intro screen for Fox Noise and Jesse Waters, full on WWE ring. It's bringing Dog to Bounty Hunter because we're going to talk migrants and objectivized racism essentially and bigotry because hey, these migrants are going back. We're sending them back, and Dog the Bounty Hunter is going to be the lead on this. We don't know who's going to grow the fucking fruit anymore. We don't know who's going to work the fields. We don't know who's going to build a fucking house in one day for less than $500,000 other than them illegal migrants that you want to send back. But hey, fuck it. We're going to send them back and we'll figure it out after the fact. Maybe Jack Slavecott will build your fucking house for you. Maybe Slow State will build it for $50 an hour or $100 an hour and the drywall will cave in on itself. Give me a fucking break. You better hope Dog the Bounty Slave Hunter doesn't send these fucking migrants back because you guys are going to take a hell of a hit on this built-to-fail economy of yours at this point, built on services and lacking in products. So basically, that's code for a slave populace, can't produce or create anything and really only exist to serve the whims of the big corporations. Yeah. Oh, we didn't think of that.
We don't really know what a second Biden term would look like.
Oh, here we go with Biden. We're on Biden now.
We don't really know what a second Biden term would look like.
Send them back. Close the border, send them back.
And then when we do, he's
minimum wage going up to 50 an hour. We got to get something done Americana
He's
style.
an open book.
Jack Calcott is now your new life coach. You got nothing to say about it. He's appointed everyone's life coach.
The border. Is that okay?
If you're going to
There
vote
you
for
go.
Trump 2024,
Yeah.
let me hear you scream.
U.S. slave. U.S. slave. U.S. slave.
In Texas, a smuggler was trying to outrun authorities,
23.
veering his truck off the road, then taking off on foot. When the troopers searched the truck, they found 23 illegals under the flatbed.
Oh, 23.
The smuggler's still on the loose.
Yeah, they were coming to build my
There was also
off-grid
a shootout
cabin.
in a bar in
How dare
San
you
Juan,
interfere
Texas.
with them?
2 of the people arrested were later detained by ICE.
I can't afford $500,000 to put up a 100 square foot cabin. I need illegal migrants to do it for some kind of fair wage.
Mountain spying on
I
law
was literally
enforcement
just
down
reading
by the
about
border.
that.
Why do you think I have Pepito making all my products that I sell on I'mAslave.com? I can't get anyone else to work for cheaper and do a good job.
We told you how in New York police were called
God
when a
damn
migrant
it.
was getting violent at a
I
hotel
hate these
turned
white
shelter.
people. I
Cops
want
tried to detain the illegal, but
want
were
these
swarmed
white
by
people sent back from wherever they come from. I'm sick of them saying send back the damn migrants. No, migrants are great. They have an ethic. They work hard. They care. They have a good sense of humor. They mind their own fucking business and don't call the cops on everybody for having a damn barbecue. Okay? I say more migrants. Viva la migrantes. Okay? I'm going the other way. Please. I'm trying to speak to my Latino brothers and sisters, like Pedro Castillo, one of my Latino angels. He's an amazing man.
My
Okay? Yo necesito más migrantes. Me gusta migrantes. Okay? Venga aquí más migrantes. Send back these dirty white people who keep lying, cheating, stealing, throwing away all the ethics and values, and supporting fascism wherever they see a sign and a political booklet, pamphlet. Send them all the fuck back. Send them back to their Italian fascist scum. Send them back to Ireland where UK's fucking them in the ass for the last 1,000 years. Send them back. I don't care about legal and illegal. They're all unlawful scum anyway. Send them back. There's a good chance these migrantes are going to be somewhat lawful. They're going to adhere to some kind of American values. They're going to sell weed. That's American. They're going to traffic in guns. That's American. Do I even need to continue? They're going to make amazing food at a low cost for everyone out of food trucks. Very American. And they're going to fuck and drink cerveza. And when they're not, they're going to do siesta. Extremely American. And they're going to ride horses and shoot guns up in the air. Do I even really need to continue here? I think I've made my point. Send them all back. All these Caucasian scum, send them back. More migrants for Polyboy in America. We need them now more than ever.
Migrants trying to protect the perp, blocking the doors so police couldn't haul the alien out.
You get your hands off that angel. Sons of bitches. That's the guy with all the good weed. That's the guy with low-priced, high-quality weaponry and guns. How dare you? That's a man who's going to grow my watermelons this season. You get your hands off him.
Continued
You
outside
scum.
where a female migrant launched her body onto the cop's car to stop police from opening the door. She tried assaulting the officers before she was restrained and then arrested.
Move out the way.
You know what? I'm done. I can't even watch anymore. It's disgusting. It's despicable and it's disturbing and it's disgusting. Thoughts on any of this behavior, Peanut Power? Sending these angels back who are willing to work hard for almost free and to bring us way more like culture and ethics and good food, sending them back and keeping these lily white, disempowered, uninspiring, fascist, Caucasian scum here? Your thoughts on any of that?
Yeah,
Your
I'm
thoughts
shocked.
on you having to pay $400 for an ounce of weed that's now sold legally out of a boutique with 30% tax, grown horribly by people who have no natural inclinations and connections to nature? That guy, they just sent him back, and all the good weed for $25 an ounce just went with him. Just so you know.
Yeah, I love the PGR pack. You know, that's where it's at. That's that good stuff. It just fries your neurons, you know, your neuronal circuitry, and yeah, it's great stuff, man.
Right.
That's what it is. That is where it's at, man. Kind of like the
Oh, there
GMOs,
goes the
right?
migrant. Send him back because he's illegal. There goes the good taco stand on the side of the road with all the home cooked shit like Mama used to make. Now you can go into fucking Little Caesars and ask some white douchebag for some fucking undercooked, soft, doughy, poisonous pizza. It just lacks character and soul and flavor, just like the person serving it to you. Great.
Apparently, Josh says there was a big slave fight with Kfar, the murderer supporter. Kfar is the fat white one, right?
Kfar is the obese, yellow-skinned, villainous-like creature who thinks because he joined the Navy and got fucked, he somehow served his country and his land, and that somehow all of that gang banging that he was doing on that boat equates to me losing my rights and freedom and principles and property because he's another fascist in sheep's clothing. Glad you asked. Another cowardly, weak, pathetic, online empty suit talking head character with no character who does content, non-tent because he's discontent in himself. Why wouldn't he be? He's not a man.
But he considers himself a judge, correct?
Yeah, he's somebody who somehow online becomes important, informed, interesting, cognizant, conscious, and aware, somehow turning the camera on with the, white light just gleaming off the yellow skin. All of a sudden, a personality emerges. All of a sudden, credibility and character emerges. All of a sudden, some level of respect emerges somehow, some way. It's the most fascinating thing ever. I couldn't believe that it would work, but it did. Right? It's like magic.
Has a YouTube channel, but he actually has a YouTube channel and wears the black, cape of high authority and esteem, of course. So.
Right. I'm in the Navy. I put veterans all through my profile so that other veterans are like attracted to me like moths to a false light flame, Luciferian false light flame, so they can be burned up in the process while claiming to be righteous and moral. Just another pack of clowns, losers, failures, and they all point to, but I have a home. You don't have that. I got a $400,000 home that I bought not only with a mortgage and don't own, but with all my money I got from serving my corporate slave masters in my Navy and in my Marines and in my Army. I'm not impressed, dude. I don't care. What impresses me is you took a fairly nice home, many of you, and turned it into a middle schooler's basement room with posters all over the walls and flashing lights and digital fireplaces and little gamer chairs. You're a walking fucking embarrassment, and you want to genuflect to it. Look at my house that I don't own, that I'm in debt for, that I put $100,000 of my military money down on. Look at my car and look at how I live like a broken child everywhere I go in my life with no class and no discernment and no good taste. Don't let them show you the woman they're shacking up with either. Let's not even get to that. 9 out of fucking 10 times. Some dog-faced pony soldier. As Joe Biden once said. I don't even know what that means, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. Why the hell not? Thoughts on any of that? Penile Power. I know what I'm offering here. And you know what? You get to receive whatever you choose to receive here. What am I offering? Well, I don't really know.
You get to receive what you receive. I know what I'm offering. And I'm offering, well, I don't know. Thoughts, Chandler?
Your thoughts, Penile Power?
My legs, when I go in the pool, there's this thing where they rise up, and the children, they rub the hair down and it glistens in the sunlight.
I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Whoa.
And I tell you what.
Settle down, Joe.
The men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point
in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Your thoughts, Al Power? Vancouver's in a full-blown crisis, people. Forget about Peanut Power. He's going nowhere in life. That's obvious. But Vancouver is in a full-blown crisis for housing affordability. Okay? Not only Vancouver, but Spokane and many other places we've learned on here.
A new report from RBC is painting a
Backstage was better, but
how unaffordable
Sean,
it
please.
is, even unattainable, to buy a home in Vancouver. Angela Jung is live with more on the findings. It is a tough pill to swallow, Angela, for so many people. And sadly, it's a trend that is expected to continue.
Sad indeed, Sophie. We all know Metro Vancouver is pricey, and the economist who put this report together tells us even with interest rates going down, he calls it small potatoes because it won't bring meaningful change.
This is basically a open plan, one bedroom in Yaletown.
Listed just under $600,000.
Big open plan kitchen.
This condo is considered a starter home.
It is becoming more and more difficult with first-time home buyers as prices rise.
Almost $1 million for a starter home condo.
Housing Trends report
Less than
doesn't hold
1,000
back,
square
saying
feet.
Vancouver is seeing full-blown crisis levels.
Oh,
It's never
the
been as
economist
expensive
says we
to
couldn't
own a home
imagine inflation.
anytime,
Or we
anywhere
can't
in
imagine any
Canada
crisis.
as it was in Vancouver in the fourth quarter. People we spoke to say they can't imagine
Look at the
owning a
slaves.
home
They're
right now.
completely priced out of a livelihood and a future and destiny from a failing economic system built to fail. And they're just blissfully unaware.
And you know, what quality of life does that give me?
If it continues on this
Yeah,
trend,
what quality of
obviously,
life? You're a slave,
there's
sweetie.
a very certain
Get a
type
clue.
of people that live here, and it's not going to be young people.
15-minute city.
Looking, I wouldn't
15-minute city.
with a
Slave.
tiny
15-minute city.
John, please.
Reality check. This so-called entry-level home with the minimum.
That's going to be
5%
where
down,
you're going to be
mortgage
forced to live if someone lets you stay there, because you can't even afford the refrigerator in that house. We're in such an economic crisis, apparently. Not we, them, Lewis, but it's coming for us too. It's coming. It's right around the corner.
You know,
All right. So, what are you going to do when you're forced finally at the age of 35 into your first home, and it's like $700,000 for a 1,000-square-foot condo in the middle of slavery? What are you going to do?
$700K for a what?
For a 1,000 or less square foot condo in the middle of slavery, 600,000
square feet or less.
Yeah, you're going to have to sell pretty much all the organs inside your body just to afford the rent.
See, that's
You have
the
to sell
thing
your
about-
kidneys and your liver.
That's the fine line between city
Or
life
selling your gallbladder.
and suburban
You're
life. but
constantly
even
in your
more so
feelers and your bitch energy. It's coming on strong. I don't know if I could take
He
it.
is constantly in his feelers. You don't hear him? He gets going on his fucking rants. It's this feminine bitch energy coming out of him. Strong.
Fucking
Come on, Sean. Where are we going with this? I want to see you have your first home. I want to see you have your first apartment. You can't wait. If you don't start now and you wait, it's never going to happen. $36,000 for a starter home in Vancouver. Lou Bass's children are completely fucked. You still have a chance. There's like a place over here. It's like $650 a month. The whole deal.
I mean, Lou's
Bedroom,
got it more figured out
bathroom.
than most. I'll give him that much. It seems to, at least when it comes to well, in many respects, when it comes to land, quote unquote, I don't want to say ownership, but yeah, we know Christos.
Yeah, Christos is like desperate to sabotage me and to like take away from this audience and force us to view Jack Talcott, right? He's another unconscious subverter. He can't help but to just cry out. Jack Talcott just went live because he's a glutton for punishment. He wants to waste the rest of his day watching and waiting for Jack Talcott to do something different when you know it's not going to happen. And he's going to just sit there and give you love and light platitudes about how life should be and how it could be while living nothing into the information of what he puts forth. And that's what's attractive to you about it, is you on some level feel like a loser failure. So you want to go watch Jack Talcott. So you could say to yourself, at least I'm not as big of a loser failure as Jack Talcott, right? And that's like, that's toxic. That's toxic and dysfunctional. And you should kind of be ashamed of that in a way. We're beyond observing and reporting right now. We're beyond learning from him. You're just full on in this sadistic, masochistic, just ego attractive to pain and suffering, right? Like this is what you guys are. You're born into slavery. You've gotten so comfortable and used to it. You wouldn't know what to do without it at this point. And it comes right now in the form of Jack Talcott. So I'll give you what you want. This is what you want. This is what you get. I'm at the 3rd hour mark anyway. I don't care. I did my time. Quite frankly, I'm way underpaid for what I do here.
Paul, it's amazing your level of projection and just subconscious.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm going to go eat something now. I'm probably going to masturbate at some point to move the energy, and I'm going to smoke the good reefer that I have, and I'm going to continue to grow good reefer, and I might have to like bang Jennifer at some point. It's been a few days. You know, I stay to myself. So like, I'm kind of more comfortable, like making love to myself than even whoever I'm with, whatever partner I'm with. It's about me a lot of the time. Like, let's get back to me and me fucking me and, you know, not having to deal with anyone else's nonsense or just expectations of me. Right. I got enough for me, by me, of me. It's like this land. It's by me, of me, for me. You know, it's very Talcottian in its own way. I will confess to that. But right now, it's about Jack Talcott because Christos needs that. Christos and others need that. They need to view Jack Talcott. There you go.
Mind.
There it is.
It profits.
He's going to now talk subliminally about our interaction
and the way that beings,
you know, that
discipline themselves, sell themselves.
Subliminally talking about our interaction earlier. He's going to use it for fuel to pretend he's got some answers.
It's by learning how.
Hopefully, he'll bullshit at least 3 people out of $10 or $20 today, so he can like pay for some hair gel or Rogaine, rather, maybe a Rogaine gel.
God is so good.
Kind of like Clonex gel, where you put it on the hair spots,
of who we
and then it grows more roots. So like it dyes the hair and also prepares the hair to grow more. Like
blessings, not my rabbit hole. Blessings to you, and
it's
welcome.
Complicated.
Welcome. Welcome. This is growing into a beautiful
it's growing into a beautiful parasitic, vampiric, stalking, codependent, falsely empowered relationship, like all narcissistic ones do.
Encouragement. Ideally, I'm bringing forth sharing some inspiration so that we can all find within us the purpose of change. Actually,
I gotta thank Julian Barbary.
I wonder if I did.
Julian Barbary, thank you, brother. At least someone recognizes my value here today, okay? At least someone's willing to fucking help me, like the main person here in this equation. Thank you. Julian says, blessings, Paul. Thank you for your example. Well, no problem. I am, of course, the pinnacle of example for man at this time. I mean, this is peak performance here. I don't think anyone can deny it. So, Travis, thank you for your contribution. I didn't get a message there. Oh, you now? Okay. There's no message there. Right. Thank you. I appreciate you, Travis. Hopefully, faithfully, I won't be homeless at the end of this month like some other people due to your contributions and support. Thank you. Much appreciated, brothers and sisters.
How this, who knows how all of this is going to work out? Some of the things, though, that inspired me today, I was really moved. I've been moved to tears.
Did I thank Jimmy Shively? If I didn't, I'm thanking him twice. If I did. Thank you, Jimmy Shively. You're a blessing, sir. You warm my heart with contributions regularly.
Gratitude.
I would totally rub your knees if you needed me to, as a friend.
Find time in your day to reward yourself. Okay, that's all you're doing. You're rewarding yourself.
I'm gonna go eat something and reward myself, brothers and sisters. I haven't eaten yet today. I'll be back.
To feel some gratitude. to feel some joy. I mean, this world is so opinionated, so toxic. It's so divided and ruthless, punishing. This world we've been born into, it's been corrupted, but we don't have to allow the corruption to stay. Not within ourselves and not around ourselves. We have the strength to overcome anything. See, that was the one of actually there, reminding myself of one of the earlier inspirations, my story. My story is much like yours. I'm certain of this. We've been challenged, we've been tested. Somehow, some way, we've overcome things of the past that maybe we shouldn't have, right? Logic just doesn't make sense. The odds, right? We achieved some things that maybe others didn't, but today we're brought together. Where was I going with that? One of the things I've learned in my life, one of the lessons I know that I want to share, you don't have a choice to give up. Neither do I. We don't. It's not within us. There may be a lot of reasons and excuses, a lot of examples around us of people who gave up, right? Caved their moralities, caved their ethics, started exaggerating, distorting, manipulating the truth. They strayed away from the truth and love. But we don't want to do that. I've learned in my life, though, that I can't give up. It's not within me. I have tried. I really did. I tried to give up many different ways, but I found
King
excuses.
Power, will you
And
please
I found
respond with the
ways around
appropriate
it.
that's
But
you whenever he's
by the grace
predicting
of
whatever
God,
he's
I've made
doing
it
on everyone
through
else who's
a
listening?
lot of different things.
Could you increase
And what I
just respond
realized
with the
is,
appropriate that's you
don't focus on giving
when
up.
necessary?
Don't focus on failing. Focus
Yes,
on
sir.
focus on becoming greater. Greater than the problem, greater than the diagnosis, greater than the limitation, greater than the excuse. Focus on becoming greater. Because I tell you what, God's goodness is great. One of my prayers this morning, out loud in the backyard, in the warmth of the sun, with the song of the birds and, just the beauty of the moment. My prayer is to God, God, please do not let me stray again. Please. I never wish to stray from your way, your presence, your love, your wisdom, your grace. And I invite each day the Spirit of Christ, Spirit of love, fearless love, faithful love. I invite the perfection, the wisdom, the love of the Christ.
Oops, Freudian slip, because I really am about faithless love, which is codependency and bondage and attachment. Oops, sorry, brothers. Freudian slip there.
I have been growing in my faith. God's been giving me plenty of opportunities to test my faith.
Keep bullshitting with a smile on your face because you think you're duping your moronic audience, which you are, and that gives you a power and a rush.
Interesting
because you know you're in faithless love, which is not love at all.
And yet,
you know it's true.
God has us all perfectly.
Someone go over there and help him out. Let him know that we see through the duping delight and the narcissism.
If I want to follow the
into
way
the
of
truth that he just lets spill out whenever he's like unconsciously rambling.
Got to trust.
Yeah, I'll
God
go over there,
is
but he
doing
doesn't let me up.
everything.
Neo, you gotta spice it up, bro.
We get to do ourselves. No one else. Doesn't matter if we don't like what someone else does. It doesn't matter if we hate what someone else says. Who cares? We get to do ourselves. God has everything under control. And if you can accept that all you have to do is do yourself, be yourself in the present, because you
Yeah, I'm blocked
only
from
live in the
entering the
present,
studio,
right? The
man.
present is the
Long
only
time,
time
yo.
that is. Speaking of, that is one of my goals for those who join. I think that might be the new request offered. Rather than finding something grateful, it's the commitment that we're going to stay present. Because as long as we stay present and attentive of each other and what we are sharing with those who tune in, as long as we stay present, focused on a purpose, we should be able to discuss anything. For those who know, I did, hey, blessings. Thank you, Jesse. Blessings to you. Oh, yeah, for those who don't know, I made an attempt again to go visit young Mr. Paul Enslaved, and obviously, and well, unfortunately, once again, he chose to take my efforts of kindness and twist the narrative into some ridiculous, insulting thing. So, yes, staying present. Staying present is the key. And I'm growing in comfort. Actually, this was a thought. Thank you. All of this is coming together because your reminder of me to stay in the present, because I started getting into my little feelers, thinking about the insults and the negativity that have been offered to me in the past. But, I was reminded in the scripture, so it was written, so it was said, that to follow the way of Christ, it means that people will have to lie about you in order to make you look bad. And so in doing so, we're supposed to, I didn't understand it. I'm starting to gain more comfort in my understanding of it, but it talks about how we should be joyful. Be joyful when people are attacking us. Oh man, you know how hard it is to be joyful when people seem to want you to fail, seem to want to hurt you. You know how hard it is to be joyful with that? Love wants us to do the difficult things. This is true. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we do have to learn to love from a distance. Honestly, with my friends and my family, who I truly do miss, I had to learn how to love them as they were from a distance, to accept that they didn't want me around anymore. And, with time, we can learn how to love however we want. This will to bring this into the topic, right? Sharing love and wisdom, some of the wisdom I've been learning, to tie in what I was saying earlier regarding the symptoms of an undisciplined mind. You'll see a lot of chaos and stuff, right? So the idea of disciplining your mind is twofold. If I can simplify it, maybe I don't mean to, it's not, I don't mean to try and oversimplify it, but bringing discipline to your mind, it's a twofold effort. You're training your mind to focus on a single focus. I encourage train your mind either on the energies within you, so that you might bring awareness in your mind to the feeling, to the vibrations, the frequencies, and the feeling of life that's being lived through you. So train your mind to focus on that, or a single loving, purposeful topic. I encourage the idea of God or love. Focus on love. Focus on God or good, or train your mind to focus and train your mind to ignore. There's all sorts of tricks you can play with your mind, feeling, in the practice of meditation and mindfulness. The practice of mindfulness is really what I'm suggesting. It's just notice what you're noticing. Pay attention to what you're paying attention to. It's really that simple and obvious. And yet it's not. Because, well, this is God's game. And the wisdom goes to those who seek it. Those who seek it will overcome their confusion. And brothers and sisters, I'm encouraging everyone. Go within yourself.
Hugs.
Find the peace and the forgiveness that's available. Peace, forgiveness, mercy, gratitude, appreciation. Find all the good things and in yourself expand those. I am absolutely convinced there is so much evidence, and I can explain this in so many ways. Our God loves. Man, the fallen angels, punish. Our God loves. If it's true,
Whoa.
if you take the messages of Jesus as true, as though it is God in the form, speaking in a language, in the words, and showing so that we can know God loves. Love is not punishing. Love is forgiving. Love is merciful. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love is beautiful. We are here to know love, to learn love. Love is shown from God through us. Love is shown to us. The power of God bestowed for us is the truth and love. Our God loves. Jesus loved. The way to live, the way of life is to love living. Can you love living as you? You can. And if you can't, reach out to me. I'll help you. I'll help you find a way. Because I believe together there is always a way. There is nothing we cannot accomplish when we have faith. See, because without faith, what do? We think up excuses. We imagine reasons why things won't work. We find all sorts of doubts in our minds. Faith comes through, in my experience, faith comes through practice. Faith comes through grace. God's grace. Seek God's grace, please. I encourage you, you want to know God's grace. You want to know God's wisdom, the wisdom God has available for you. You want to know that. I'm telling you, and you really, really, really want to remind yourself of God's love. So many around us want to remind us of God's punishment. God's got a plan for you all, and the beast's about to rise, and things are going to get worse. That could be true. Could be true. Could have already happened. Could be happening right now. Could be happening right now that we just happen to be safe. Maybe because of our faith. Maybe because of our past growth and now goodness. Maybe we are, being protected while the world is crumbling. And so if that's the truth, what I encourage we do, I believe we unite together. Let's overcome the divisions that are bringing so much famine and war suffering to each other. Let's unite so that we can create a better world for the future generations. This is truly our opportunity to do so in this lifetime, right here and now. See, to some of my Christian friends, those who have really been looking into the Bible and the scripture, I pointed out, well, we don't know when God's day, when that day may come. It may come in the middle of the night. We don't know. As it was said, even Jesus didn't know the exact time or hour, or wasn't at liberty to share at the time. Who knows? Who knows? But so we don't know when the day may come, but I'm ready for God's judgment. What would God's judgment involve? It would be based upon the truth. And the truth, while it's frightening and it's painful sometimes, and it'll crush you. The truth is transformative. And so when people can no longer allow themselves to deny the truth, right? Because that's when the day of judgment will be, when we stop lying to ourselves about what is true. What is true in this world is that humanity has been corrupted by greed, by separation, by illusions of authority and wealth have kept mankind divided for far too long, convincing good men and women like me to do some things that, well, praise God. God is doing everything. We are here to grow and to overcome the darkness and the limitations of the past. We can overcome everything that was as soon as we choose. I don't want to speak untruthfully. I don't know when it can happen, but I know in an individual's life, in your life, in my life, when we choose to change, when we choose to commit ourselves to actually repent and change our ways, life drastically changes. And in my experience, when I have repented and turned from my old ways, my life has dramatically improved, at least within my inner state of being. And brothers and sisters, the inner state of being is always with you. So why not feel good about that? Why not feel good about being you? In this time, in this hour, if you can feel good about being you, that's a demonstration of your faith that God has you exactly where you're supposed to be, exactly how you're supposed to be. But you also have the free will, the opportunity to follow the way of Christ, to lead yourself out of corruption and confusion, to lead yourself out of sin. That's what Jesus was showing us. He was the way, the light, the truth, out of sin and corruption. So let's follow that way. Please, let's follow that way together. Let's unite together to follow the way of Jesus and lead the world out of the darkness, out of the corruption, out of the enabling of sin. Because sincerely, the beasts we have today, it's the legal system. Think about it. Legal secrets have people enabling profitable lies. Profitable lies have good men and women funding the idiocy of our current government. See, I don't mean to be judgmental. I'm trying not to judge the Joe Biden and Donald Trump nonsense. Praise God. God is so good. God could not make it more obvious. God could not make it more obvious for us, brothers and sisters. If the corruption of the DNC and the RNC, these stupid committees, want to play these ignorant games on the masses, and all of these advertising agencies and all these media companies want to work together to keep the masses confused and to praise God. God is so good, right? The truth is right in front of our eyes. Joe Biden is
someone
not
please go help
competent,
out Jack in
right?
his desperation and
whoever his
confusion,
handlers
please.
are, they're doing a piss poor job because the genocide is obvious. The funding of these wars is not. It's
That's
not
you,
in the best
Neil. I'm blocked.
of our future. Let's face it. Brothers and sisters, if anyone tuning in, if you know anyone who knows anyone who might want to help these messages get to the people I'm talking about, let's unite, please. I truly believe, brothers and sisters, the time is coming soon. The days of celebration are upon us very soon. When we turn to the light, when we turn to God, when we start sharing love with one another like we can do, man, people will be in the streets celebrating life. The fact that we live each day can be celebrated. It is a gift. It is a joy. It is by God's grace that we get to know this moment of today. By God's grace. And I do see a future, a near future, where this right here, it's pretty commonly known, right? Because the idea is a world of people who live without fear. And they can live without fear. We all can live without fear, especially when we unite together and there's no more wars, where we work together to resolve conflicts instead of paying for conflicts. You ever think of that? Holy cows, what a concept. Wait, what? What? Work together to resolve conflicts instead of working together to pay for conflicts? No, that's just some crazy stuff, Jack. That's just no. What about the people that don't want to work? Oh my God, some of the people today. I hope some of these comments make sense to others. It's entertaining to me how people have been so opposed to the things I've been saying. And the things I've been saying are precisely in line with what Jesus was teaching about love one another, love your enemies. Let's overcome the idea of enemies. Let's love God, praise God, celebrate living as your act of defiance to the state, as your act of defiance to the debtors. Celebrate your life, man. Celebrate the day. Celebrate being you in the greatest way that the world can appreciate with you. Because you don't want to celebrate alone. You want the world to celebrate you, just like, right? We're going to follow the way of Jesus. We can celebrate, and I encourage, celebrate Jesus. He teaches the way. The way of love is to know God. If you don't know love in your life, turn to God. If you don't know God in your life, try to know love. You can't separate those apart. God and love go together. Truth and love go together. God goes with pretty much everything when you get down to it. At least that's where I'm at now. God's pretty much everything. I am nothing. We are no thing. In essence, we are spirits. Oh, now I'm getting into these other ideas I had. See, knowledge is so beautiful. I was considering the idea of God. God loves every body. Now, what is a body? You could say anything with boundaries is a body. There's a body of thought, body of water. There's anything with boundaries could have a body. God loves every body. I don't believe God loves the boundaries, though. See, the boundaries are the opposition of infiniteness. And infiniteness is what God is. We are here to grow into infiniteness, to unite with infinite, the infinite possibilities. Hey, there's what's going on? That's what I wanted. There's been some people, I'm adding some more into the community. If people have problems with my choices in the chat and stuff, please speak up. Let me know. Hey, we all are too sexy for my body. We all are too sexy for our bodies. What is sexy? Tell you what, in my mind, what is sexy is wisdom and love, man. You show me someone full of love and wisdom, and I will point you to a sexy person.
You got
right?
owned.
I think
You
that
got
is what's
punked
sexy.
out
And love
like a
and wisdom
bitch.
go beyond the body.
And you don't want to
Right? Love and
acknowledge it.
wisdom
You don't
are
want to
the
admit it.
infinite. Love and
That's what
wisdom
Satanism
are
is.
God. We are here to know love and wisdom. Oh, yeah, and beauty. Beauty's in there too, but that's with love. God is so good. That's what I've come to know sincerely. Our God, our Creator, is so good. Love, love, love. Move on. How to know love. Oh, here's actually, this is something I've been meaning to. No, I don't want to bring too much confusion. Although
Don't want to bring too much confusion, just enough to kind of
my
muddy the
ideas for
waters
the
and try to grift
future,
off people. Just enough
right? For
confusion.
those who are willing to entertain these ideas for the future, what can we accomplish? What can we do? This, I want to share this. This is something I learned of a few years ago. And I tell you what, for me, it wasn't as transformative, but it was a powerful confirmation of everything else I'd been learning. What this is the Center for Nonviolent Communication. Dropping it in the chat there.
How ironic and
Drop it
hypocritical.
there too.
Can you imagine the levels, new levels of insanity?
So this Center for
Everyone has
bring it
left
up.
you and can't communicate with you, but he's posting links for nonviolent
There we go.
communication.
Center for Nonviolent Communication. Nonviolent communication was brought out by this guy. Yeah, Marshall Rosenberg. The founder was Marshall Rosenberg. He's got a wonderful process, methodology, idea of
Come on,
how to
Peanut Power.
communicate.
For once, go over there and
the
hold him
idea
accountable to his
he
bullshit
uses
and see if he can
is
practice
really
nonviolent communication. You're a
tying
very
in an
submissive
awareness
character.
of needs,
Just summon in all the
recognizing that
will
in
to just
every
hold him accountable to
communication and every
anything he said or
action, we're
does,
doing so based
and
on
then see if he can
need.
practice that
So
nonviolent communication.
the
Not
where
like throw
they're
you
offering
out,
in their
tell you
teaching
that
is
you're insane
needs-based
like him,
communication,
gaslight
which
you.
is an incredible gift to know. So for those who may be
Someone,
present or
anyone, do? Am
tune
I
in
going to have to
later,
go
I
over there
encourage you
now
check
to prove that he
out
can't practice nonviolent
the
communication? If
resource.
I'm going to like be here,
I've been
and
through a
allow this
few
stream and let you
copies of the
monitor,
book.
someone's got to like bring stimuli.
It's
Do I have to
one
do
that I've
everything
been
here?
very
Is that what this
generous to
is?
share around because
Daddy has to do
the
it all
ideas
again?
of
Yeah, come on,
nonviolent
man. Come on,
communication.
Pioneer. I'm
Come
blocked
on,
over there.
guys.
That's how we're
Christos,
going
what
to
about
bring
you?
peace
You
to
don't have a
this
second
world.
account? Come on. Anyone? Can anyone
Simple as
participate
that.
here in Unslavia
That is
games
the
and events
key
and
to
simulations?
negotiations, the key to communication. We can understand each other so much better at this point in time. At this point in time, the amount of knowledge and observations, the solutions are available for all of us to learn. And I tell you what,
Solutions are available.
For everyone gathered to make our lives better, recognize the simple truth. We're here to learn. We are here to learn and discover everything. And everything happens moments by moments by moments. This is for sure. The present is the present. The past is past, and tomorrow is not promised. The key and the goal, the practice of life, what the Buddhas and even Jesus was teaching is to be in the moment, in the present. Forgiveness requires us a lack of forgiveness requires us to stay in the past. Unresolved disagreements has us stuck in the past. We're not designed to carry unforgiveness. We can carry unforgiveness and bitterness and all sorts of things for a very, very long time. But it's not wise. It's not healthy. Hey, thank you to you for those in the chat who are keeping some sort of semblance. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Oh, that's a good, fair question, King Philip. I've noticed some people started some wars with you. You could have shown more love to the attackers. I could have. I've been trying to learn, where is the line? Where is the line of, I guess, my faith? My faith has been growing. Here's something you're right. I could have in the past, but part of my faith in the future, for those who hey, thank you, Provo. There's many people who are very interesting people. They like to share their confusion and their discontent. And this is the world we live in. But this ties back to what you were saying too. I have a lot of faith, right? For those who know my story, yesterday, was it yesterday? God showed me some grace, or 2 days ago. What day is this? Wednesday, Tuesday? Hey. So I've been shown grace in this world, and I'm confident there will be more because I've been offering a lot of mercy, compassion, grace. I've offered a lot of trust to a lot of people, kindness, and I do believe that the world will reward. And we do have, well, an honored guest. I'm welcome to entertain and see where this may go. Welcome, brother. It's good to see you, my friend. I'm not sure. Well, here, I'm going to continue on, and feel free to join in as you wish. You are welcome here. So one of the things I've been learning for myself to practice finding the peace, finding the gratitude, finding the trust in God, the trust in the unknown, in what I don't know. I've been learning to do that through the practice of returning to the present moment. Because in the present moment, well, this is actually all there is. The past is the past. It's no more. We are in the present. And so as long as we stay in the present with the truth, we stay in the present, the truth of the moment is what I mean. We stay in the present with the truth of the moment, recognizing we're just having a conversation. And in every moment, there is love available. It's available for us to know. So if if we can join together as people in any conversation, in any relationship, even if it's challenging and difficult, if we can join together in the present, joined with a feeling of
New
love,
levels
even if
of
the love isn't
pleasure.
directed at each other.
New
As long as we
levels of
stay with the feeling of
release.
love and peace, we can discuss anything. But it requires the effort and willingness to try. Well, the panel seems to be. I'm welcome to see what happens. But see, what I think is happening is disingenuous, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. You guys are welcome to share your intentions. You get to receive what you receive. All right. Well, is there a reason I should keep you guys here if you're not here to participate? Any answers? Okay, so it looks like we're playing games like children. Is that what your purpose is? To play
My bad,
games
I
like
stepped
children?
away there. Jack, good to see you.
Well, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I have
Sean?
Jack here. I'm trying to take care of him on a second. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you're not.
you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just stepped away. My bad. I'm listening now. I'm just feeling the flow. No necessarily planned direction for my intent, per se.
Why? Why don't you have a clear purpose for yourself? Do you know?
Well, I mean, in terms of the conversation, I don't know where you were going at. I was kind of missing some context there. So if I could take a back seat for at least 2-3 minutes and hear what you were. I see the title, Sharing Love and Wisdom, but let me take a back seat for a few minutes to see where you're at.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Paul? You have any explanation for your purpose? I realize this. People, for whatever reason, insist upon testing me. And like I started saying earlier, or I said earlier in the stream, that I used to get real frustrated, and I'm growing beyond it. The words in the scripture reminded me. We are to take joy in those who attack us because of our faith. I do. Hey, welcome, Tarek.
Hey, Jack, how are you?
I'm feeling blessed, brother. I am feeling blessed.
That's good, Jack. I have a couple questions, Jack.
Please.
You know, I hear you preach every day, and you know, I try my best to support and not be a biased and say what's on my heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes me and you don't agree, and I know you know that on some things, which is fine. But you do preach a lot about Jesus and God and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I do feel like you're not you're taking like a side where you're being neutral and not saying what the Bible and Jesus would do. I don't know if you think that's true or not. Like, you know, yesterday, for example, when Hank brought the prostitute about Jesus, I didn't feel like you stepped up and say that's not a true story. That's where me and you disagree on some things, or you know, other stuff. I'm just trying to understand you more and see why sometimes you don't. If you know, if you study the Bible, and I know you don't know it all, and I don't know it all. I'm not judging, why can't you sometimes just say exactly what the Bible and Jesus said and make it front and center to people to see it in the chat and people to understand it? Because, you know, we are listening.
Yep. And Tarek, thank you for your doubts why I don't do things your way, but I also know that I get criticism when I do bring up the Bible. There's a lot of people who've grown pretty sick of hearing Christians preach and go to the Bible, you need to go to the Bible, gotta go to the Bible for all the answers. And I got sick of that myself. So I'm mindful of that. I'm also very open and honest about my strengths and my weaknesses. I've mentioned the Bible is one of my weaknesses. I've repeatedly invited people who I know are strong in scripture. I've repeatedly invited people to join me on my streams, yet I don't control what God offers to me. Welcome, Goblin. How you doing, brother?
Hey, good to see you,
Hey,
man.
Goblin.
What's happening, Tarek? I did
Hey,
want
what's
to
up, Goblin?
I wanted to share this with you guys because this is something I've been noticing. I've been trying to work on it as well because we are in the New World Order. The one world religion is already here. It's called Chrislam, which means that there's going to be a lot of overlapping of Judaism, Christianity, and Muslims because that's the three Abrahamic religions. So I've been trying to work past that as well and try to comprehend all of the different, you know what I'm saying, areas. But I think that there's knowledge to be shared there. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. Those are the three Abrahamic religions. They all overlap each other.
Yeah, they've been misinterpreted and misused in many different ways as well. There's truth in everything. The truth, the most important truth though, is right now. Because from right now, the future begins. And the future is where our life is going to happen. So the ways of the world have convinced everyone to stay focused on the past. That's why I've been looping and looping and looping. It's not me. And sincerely, it is not me looping in the past about these accusations and opinions. See, Paul, why are you here? Are we going to address your behavior at any time?
Jack, pause here just a little bit. Test your, you know, your patience and maybe to agitate you a little bit. But he knows what he's doing. But don't let that bother you. The question is, for example, and I understand what you're saying in terms of the Bible and some of it, you know, you can't go by it and all that. But yesterday, one thing that disturbed me a little bit, and if you can clarify a little bit, you said you rather be satanic and end wars. But my question to you would be then, say we do end wars, but we take the satanic side. The satanic side is always not going to be godly. So eventually,
right,
the satanic, yeah.
So why do you think of that? Why are you focused on that?
No, because
why
like
are you not
sometimes
focused on what I said? What you're imagining has nothing to do with what I said, dude.
Oh, okay, go ahead. That's okay. Maybe I misunderstood you. Go ahead. Tell me what you said so I can make sure. I'm trying to clarify because I do listen to you.
I know you do, but there's been an awful lot of confusion. And what I think you're referring to is and I may have stumbled in my words as well. But I think what you're referring to, I was making a throwback to Chuck in Tennessee's nonsense, wanting to compare me to the Antichrist because I'm promoting peace and the end of wars. So, Tarek, that's what I was referring to, was this nonsense that I am anti-Christ. That's
okay.
What in the hell?
Thank you for clarifying. I'm just letting you know, like sometimes when you say these things, the reason why I come back and like talk to you about it, and that's the way it should be. And I'm not trying to agitate you. I know a lot of people pick on you and all that. I just want to get clarified so I can understand you more. That's all. So that clarifies it for me. If you were intended to, to differ, Chuck, that's all.
Thanks. Goblin, what's up?
I just wanted to get this out here. I just wanted to apply a little bit of context. Satanism and Luciferianism, those are not the same thing. Satanists simply believe that they are their own God. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to throw that out there because a lot of people get that confused with the Luciferian. You know what I mean? And it's not the same.
That's right. Those who
You're
think
right.
they are their own God are following the ways of Satan. Those who believe they are their own God, those who believe they have the awareness of God, those who believe they have the judgment of God within them, well, there's a lot of very confused people in this world and on this panel. But praise God, we are
I
growing and
agree.
learning together. This is fascinating.
I agree, Jay.
I
Actually,
just
it's
stopped
not.
by to say
It's
hi.
not. I know. I appreciate it. Thank you, Goblin. You're welcome. You're welcome here. And you know what? All are welcome here. Because I know what we're all here to do. All of us. Whatever your religion is, it doesn't matter. The truth applies to us all. And what was taught, what was shown by not only Jesus, but perfectly through him, was love. Love is why we are here. We are here to become love, to learn about love, discover love, share love, grow love, nurture love, maybe repair love, maybe heal some love. See, the way of Jesus is the way of God. The way of God is the way of love. Love reveals the truth. Love is honest. And the honesty and the truth that comes from love is empowering. That's where our wisdom comes through. So, hey, I don't honestly, in my mind, I don't care if Jesus was real or not. The story that's contained in the Bible, which there's been enough scholars and researchers studying it, they've confirmed enough of it that I trust. I trust quite a bit. But the story, the records of the Bible create a perfect story, including Jesus, which has incredible lessons for us to learn. Moral lessons, spiritual lessons, esoteric lessons. I even understand there's astrological lessons hidden within the Bible, right? This book is a mystery, and life is a mystery, and our God is a mystery. Our arrogance, our confusion comes from our arrogance. So how do I know Jesus was real? I've heard enough testimonies from other people that have encountered a spirit or a being or an experience they identified as Jesus. I've read a lot of books and listened to a lot of lectures and sat through a lot of documentaries that convinced me that even if he doesn't exist, doesn't matter. The teachings of love, the examples are true. We are here to love, and we are here to love God. And we can only love or fear in the present. So in the present is when I love, when I know. For me, well, how do we know anything is real? We have to accept it. Simple as that. And you know, it's for me, it's not so much the book. The book is a gift, it's a treasure. It's something to be understood and respected, but God is not limited to a book. Our God, our creator is, well, it's far around. Ooh, wow. Boy, God is bringing me some choices today. Welcome, Mr. Nubs.
Much love, brothers and sisters.
I'll take that as fun.
And again, Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt. I see the chat like going crazy at me already. They have to understand one thing, Jack. Just because sometimes I may disagree with you, or like you said, things were not clarified or not clear for me, it does not mean I'm attacking you or I'm here to protect my daddy. I have no daddy. I have respect for Paul. I have respect for everybody on this channel. I think Paul has a lot of wisdom, very bright. He does come very, sometimes attacks you in not a good way. But I think he means well between you and him. I just don't see where you and him, you're always colliding for some reason. I don't know why.
You don't know why.
Accountability. Accountability, that's why. That's one of the many reasons.
You're right. Paul lacks accountability. Paul, are you here to speak for yourself or because others are putting you on the topic? And so I'd rather discuss with you than about you. Can you communicate with peace, Paul? Are you able to accept accountability and responsibility for what you've said? I mean, that's what your enabler Nubs wants you to remember. So, Nubs, you're here as a guest. Please remember we're here in the present.
I thought you were working on love, Jack. All I said was words, and you threw me out of here like you didn't love me. I wanted a hug, man. Just want a hug.
Okay, you can knock off the silly games and let's be present and be adults. Are
My
you
presence
capable of
is
that?
right here, Jack. I'm right here.
Why don't you cam up or something? Because you seem to be full of games. All right.
There you go. I'm cammed up.
Thank you. Well, let's get over the games and the arrogance. It's not
What
helpful.
games and what arrogance? My opinion is mine, and that's all that it is. Wouldn't it be arrogant to say that my opinion is not valid, regardless of if it's your show or not? Isn't that showing arrogance by describing me to be arrogant? I haven't done anything up here, Jack. I said that that Paul has accountability and you don't. That's all I've said.
All right. Can you yield for a moment? Can you take a breath? Can you chill the fuck out?
That's not very loving, Jack.
I don't care. Can you
I
accept?
thought you were about love.
Can you accept what I'm asking beyond your opinions and your judgment? Here, I'll ask you another way again. Can you please chill out? Period. Can you chill out so that we can have a conversation?
Jack, you're the only one that's angry, buddy.
You keep interrupting me and you're not showing me any respect as you continue.
Respect is earned, sir. It's earned based off of the merit.
And you've proven a man who lacks respect. You're a fool, Nubs. You're not helpful and you're not in control of yourself and you're certainly not in control of me. So now, Paul, now that you've brought in here your little boy Sean and your little rat Nubs, you are going to be, I mean, you're responsible. You're responsible for encouraging these lackeys against me and inviting yourself here. So why are you here, Paul?
I agree. He's responsible.
Please answer for yourself or you can see yourself out. All right. Looks like you're not here. You're not present. You're not cooperative. You can leave. Sean, you've been here a while. Have you caught up? Following the example of his daddy. Later, Sean.
Yeah, here's the thing with some of the folks that come here sometimes and follow Paul and Paul's monkeys, is the hatred sometimes that they're coming with and that's in the scripture. 3 things that cause hatred would be hypocrisy, self-admiration, and oppression. And if you keep on doing that, Paul or whoever you sent to piss off Jack, I mean, that just stands for what you're preaching, even though at times you are right. That doesn't look good.
Here's the thing, Tark. I mean, should I actually, you know, maybe I missed an opportunity now that I think about it. I could have pulled up what Paul was narrating about me earlier. And I mean, Tark, you can't seem to find out. You don't understand why there's problems between Paul and I. You think it's like evenly split. I mean,
No, I don't think it's evenly split, Jack.
Okay.
I think Paul plays mind games for sure. Okay, he's a narcissistic person for sure, and he even admitted it himself. And sometimes, like, I feel maybe because they attack you so much and they've been attacking you for a while, maybe you get in your feelings, for example, where you may say something or do something and it kind of like goes against you. But I understand, because I've been attacked many times, so I understand your position. So yeah, I do know why you guys don't get along. I just don't understand why we keep doing that, Paul. If you're that bright, which I believe you are, why can't we come to an agreement or understanding and stop calling people, for example, mental and bringing their family and all that? That I'm totally against.
he's delusional. He's confused, and he has been unable or unwilling to recognize and accept responsibility for his arrogance. So let's see where this goes again. Welcome back, Paul. Are you here to communicate?
That was great, Jack. 1 second. So yeah, that was great. That was a perfect simulation. I came over to prove that no matter how I communicate with you, you will see anything and everything.
You came over to play a game, Paul, and your silence wasn't helpful in communication. I put you in the back, Paul, because I'm not going to sit here and listen to your false narrative, allow you on my stream to present as a false witness against me. Paul, let's see if you can demonstrate what you claim to act, right? You claim to be with the Tao. You claim to be in the present. So chill out. Join us in the present, and we can see where the truth stands.
How much more chilling in the present could I be than being present here and being silent?
That was a mockery of communication.
So you're deciding what my intentions are.
Well,
presumptuous
Paul,
much?
I asked you for your explanation. You refused to offer. So now you want to come back and play some fucking game.
Is this your version of being peaceful and loving? And
what? Hey, Paul, what are you doing?
I just told you. You spoke.
You're delusional. You just told me your delusions, and I explained that no, Paul, you're wrong. So, Paul, since what you're showing is your lack of attention, your lack of presence, you're in this combative style where you think you've got some sort of jurisdiction over me and what is true about me. And so, as a matter of fact, Paul, what would actually be true and correct is that you not return without an apology. Now, Tarek, let me ask you, are you willing to be placed here on the spot?
Yeah, of course.
I'm taking a risk that you can be honest.
I will be honest.
Well, I have faith in God. I have faith in God. Where there are 2 or 3 or more are gathered, God is present. Okay, so Paul, can you be present with us and God?
That's what I was attempting to show, that by me being ultimately present and silent and connected to whatever was going on and not interfering, you would still take my mere presence and silence in connection with God as an attack because you don't possess it.
That's the narrative you want to present. Is that true, or is that what you think? So
You'll
let's
have
get
to
rid of
decide that for yourself. That was
Paul.
what seemed to be proved right
Okay.
there in that interaction and that simulation.
Sure, and that's your narrative. So Tarek, where 2 or 3 or more are gathered, God is present. So in the presence of God, was Paul really showing, his superiority to me by being here?
You don't have to finish it. Paul is very bright at what he does. He may be what he just said, the silence to show all that, but his main narrative was, just my perspective, is to get you agitated.
I know. Yeah.
Do you see any value in that? Let's presume that's true. I'll do Socratic method. Is there any value in me sitting here in silence, even holding the intention of trying to get him aggravated, and him purposely could not get away from feeding into purposely aggravating himself and escalating? He was biting onto me, latching onto me, trying to bait me into an interaction.
Whoa, bullshit.
He's not comfortable sitting in peace or in silence.
Hey, bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with your arrogance and your false narratives, dude. This false witness bullshit has got to end, Paul.
So I'm not allowed to give my...
You need to fucking grow up, child. Start respecting the truth.
You seem very angry.
The truth is beyond you. Your lack of humility, Paul. Please, for the love of God, I'm going to bring you back up, and you are being expected to demonstrate some self-control. I'm working on mine. I expect you to do the same thing, Paul. We can communicate, but this nonsense of your constant disrespect of me, Paul, you need to check yourself. You're false, and you are lying about a damn good man. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. And Paul, I'm asking you to stop your behavior and to change your behavior. Right away. You can. Hey, see, here's another thing. If you and others would learn from my example, please notice I asked. I did not jump to conclusions. I asked, Paul, please explain. What is your intention? Why are you here? The lack of cooperation is not mine. Actually, I believe I am demonstrating compassion and grace. I'm offering forth correction with care. That's what love really is. I'm not being insulting and demeaning, not like the behavior I've received. Oh, look at this. God is so good. I lost what I thought was an honest witness, and I got both of my favorite adversaries. Bless you both. I love you so much. Thank you.
I'm not an adversary of yours. I don't know why you keep projecting that onto me to substantiate your position by needing an enemy.
Have you seen the facts from my perspective? Just once?
I'm not an adversary either.
Absolutely, I have. Yes, I have.
Really? Oh, but yet you refuse to consider the valid perspective I offer. And you know what? I just got a heads up. It looks like Paul is actually using this for content, although that could have been a while ago. I don't know what's going on. I know I don't need this. Tarek, welcome back.
Sorry, Jack, I lost you on accident. But yeah, I do agree. You don't need this. And did I just see Margot come up?
Yep.
All right. I don't know what's up with this lady. Yeah, she'll get mad if somebody calls her a lady. Jack, did you know she was on I think Flow State, and they were talking about penises, and she brought you up and your penis. after she promised 5 days ago or a week ago that she will never bring your name up and she won't let you go. Like, she just has to come here and any other place to mock you or say something bad about you. I don't understand it. Why? Margot, please leave Jack alone. If you're a good person, you would let it go.
Actually, Tarek, thank you for being a witness to what I've been experiencing. Thank you for seeing that. Margot has very little respect for the truth. This is where her and Paul have proven, in my experience, I've said this multiple times. My testimony has remained consistent. So, Paul, your disagreement is not valid. Unless you demonstrate why I'm wrong, your opinions are worthless. Margot, you and Paul have both played the same role in my life. And it's quite humorous, yet really not funny. So, praise God. I'm going to see where this goes. Welcome, Barbie.
Hey, Doug, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling blessed. We still have Margot and Paul in the back.
Understandable. I hadn't been tuned in for too long, just enough where Tarek got lost and then Paul and Margot up and then got backstage. And I was in the chat just saying the Paul and you thing is no different than what happened between me and Mitch the other night. And the same thing I was trying to explain to Margot, I think about a week ago. It's the unbelievable double standard around here that me and Jack are fed up with. So that bullshit comment down there, is Jack really expressing wisdom and light? Well, he tries to, but then people like that one come in here and take shit all over our happiness, and we're fucking fed up. Is that not what it is, Jack? Thank you, brother. I just want to make sure I wasn't delusional.
No. Hey,
okay.
You've got it. So you know what? Thank you. God is so good. I was saying this earlier, right? Everything can transform in a moment, in a second. Miracles occur, things happen, lives transform in spontaneous, rapid ways. So
the truth.
There's a reason today is happening. And I'm going to bring them back up and see where today goes. But this comment, I partially agree. Paul wouldn't be here if he didn't love you. I trust that is true. However, it could be alternative motives, but I don't think so. Trying to change each other. Well, there is some of that, trying to change each other. The problem is, Paul is trying to change me into him. I don't want to be angry. I don't want to be a victim. I want to be a leader and, well, a child of God. Yeah, I want to be happy.
We want to be happy. Like, it's not an agenda that we're trying to push. Like, I know that I caught the same kind of shit last week, and I was like, when I even give a thought after these streams, sometimes, like the other day, I was thinking, I heard something that Paul said, and I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm agreeing with him right now. So, like, there's got to be a reason that, regardless of the fact that some of us disagree with some of the shit we do, we would not have been aligned in this path at this time if there wasn't a bigger picture. It's just that some of us are not able to accept that because we can't get past the emotional or whatever fucking attachment is to one another as a human being. We have to put that stupid shit aside and focus on the bigger plan. Like, fuck your issues, your personal disagreements between one another. Have intelligent conversations. You're not going to change anybody. You just have to deal with them as they are. And if you can't, then go somewhere else and just let it go. Like, I learned a really hard lesson like that in the last week, especially the last 3 days. So that's the reason why I'm here telling y'all need to back up off Jack. He's not fucking delusional. I'm not delusional. And there's a lot of us that are not delusional. And the people that y'all think are actually delusional, and y'all are buying into it. And it's utterly breaking our hearts that you don't think that. Like, are you?
Can I
Sometimes I
say
feel like
something? Can I say something?
yes,
Add something
yes,
to
Terry.
what Barbara was saying. Yeah, this is the truth too. Nothing is better than silence, right? And no enemy is harmful than ignorance, and no illness is more dangerous than telling lies.
Thank you. I agree with that 100%. Like, what does it benefit any of us to lie? It's not, because it's just going to continue to perpetuate. Not only that, you're going to have to continue to make up more lies to cover up the first lie that you told, and then it just continues to exacerbate the problem, which is why I get really pissed when people say I'm lying. I'm like, I have not a goddamn thing to earn or lose to lying to any of y'all. In fact, sometimes it absolutely is ridiculous. I share some of the stuff I do because of that. Like, it's not going to do me any good or any bad to share some of the shit I do. I just don't want others to suffer the experiences that I have, or like Jack has, because they thought they knew what the fuck was going on when they weren't just paying attention. And they should have been listening when they should have been shutting the fuck up, listening.
Yeah.
Even I'm guilty of that. Even I am. And I'm willing to admit that. And that's another thing that bothers me. I don't take accountability for shit. I do not apologize for shit. That when you tell me that, you're the delusional one, not me. Jack is not delusional. Jack is taking accountability for so much shit. I've heard it multiple times, and he doesn't get half the respect back that he shows people. So I'm so burnt out on this. Let's go bash Jack because it's fucking entertainment. This is not a goddamn zoo.
Hey, Barbie, thank you. All right. Yield, please. Thank you. All right. Hey, Sterling, you're actually kind of trying my patience, to be honest. And because you're not trying to understand me, you're trying to get me to understand your doubts and your perceptions. Okay. I actually returned to Paul's stream to try and make peace. I'd seen some of his, no offense, but I've seen some of what Paul's been dealing with as far as the conversations and the panel. They've been pretty, well, Paul's doing the best he can with what he's got. But, I actually came thinking that by hanging out, I could share a little support, but Paul doesn't want to allow that. So if Sterling, you're one of many people claim to be a bystander. Well, guess what? You're a witness. You better start figuring out what is real in this world. Because if you don't know what is real in this world, guess what? You're going to go around as a liar. Especially if you don't censor yourself by what you do and do not know, Sterling. So this is a common problem I'm seeing, and that's why I'm addressing it. Brothers and sisters, we have got to start caring about what is true. And what is true, like it or not, Margot, Paul, everyone else, like it or not, we're all in this life together. You don't have to be so vicious and mean and nasty towards everyone you disagree with.
I totally agree, Jack.
I
Thank
couldn't
you.
agree more.
Thank you. Praise God. See,
Jack, can I ask you one question? I got a question where I think Paul was right on that. Like, okay, say you and Paul were good 2 days ago and you gave him keys. Why? And then this is just to clarify for me. Why did you take the keys back? Yeah, why did you take the keys back?
Yes,
Yep.
let me answer, because no one's ever asked me. Paul went straight to fucking condemnation, used that as an excuse to insult me and destroy my character more. So the reason I did that, Paul didn't ask for the keys. He didn't. I left a stream of his where the chemistry was fun. We had some good conversation. I saw progress and growth. Once again, I extended my trust. I extended my faith. And I made some changes so that I could offer Paul the keys. And then guess what? He didn't even communicate.
Can you
Didn't
explain
even
what the
re-
keys are?
he,
Right. You extended a privilege for me I didn't ask for, and then when I didn't do what you wanted, you took it back, proving that it's nothing more than a power move in narcissism.
Paul, it proved that you didn't. Here, let me answer Margot.
I don't owe you anything,
Let me
Jack,
answer
and I shouldn't
Margot.
have to give you something in order for you to give me.
You can yield for a moment so I can answer Margot, please. What we're talking about with the keys is this StreamYard, right? The thing we're using here. I added Paul on as a co-host, and the co-host can put people up and down. They can bring in the stuff. They can bring a lot of support to the stream. I know Paul and I could work amazingly well together, but here, after I extended the opportunity, Paul didn't communicate, and then he still didn't even take advantage of it. It's like what I gave again. See, Paul, you look at the pattern of you. What you receive, you judge, and then you look down on. And
Are
then
we
you
going to look
down
at
on
your
the people
pattern
who
at all
do
in
it.
this situation?
No, Paul. Right now, we're talking
Of course
about
not.
you.
Of course
Well,
not.
Well, let's.
Because Paul doesn't take accountability, but Jack does, right?
How about this, Paul? After you, since I was first discussing you, then we can come back to me. I know
Okay,
you
I
like
have
to
before.
listen.
I'll entertain this insanity once again for the benefit of the audience. They seem to be entertained by it.
And at one point,
that's not true.
I would like to
Not
clarify
true.
a couple things too, Jack.
Please,
at your
please do. Margot, please go
okay.
ahead.
Number one, when
Margot with a convenient deflection.
Margot, please go ahead. Paul can learn some respect.
what Tarek is speaking about when we were talking about penises, we weren't talking about penises. We were talking about my published research. It's a penis theory. But it's not a penis theory. It's about the male ego, and it was published back in 1992. And so I was explaining the different stages of this penis theory. And someone did ask me, well, what stage do you think Jack is in? And I said, I don't know. So when Tarek is talking about me discussing you and your penis, that was the contents. And then
you said you didn't know?
What?
That's not what you said. You didn't say you didn't know. I have the clip. You didn't say you didn't know. That is true.
Of course you have the clips, correct? Of course.
Yes, that is true. I agree with you. The subject was about that, and you did explain that. But then when they asked you, you did not say that. But we'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
Well, then I said I can assume it's this stage or whatever.
Here we go. Thank you for being truthful. See, Jack, see like how she manipulates. First, she didn't say it. Then
She's a
maybe
liar.
I said something else.
Yes. Margot is very manipulative, very deceptive. Her and Paul are very good at what they do. Earlier today on Paul's stream, I had to sit through a diatribe of Paul screaming and yelling earlier, trying to describe me as a narcissist. Paul trying to call me a narcissist. It's like, are you frigging kidding me, dude? You don't see the truth. You're that confused. No. Here, Melanie, Margot has never seen Jack's penis, and she has no authority. Her assumptions, right? She's very generous with her thoughts, yet she accepts no accountability for the things she says. She always expects to be proven wrong. She doesn't seek the truth. She doesn't care about the truth. Margot and many others alive today care about what they think.
And once again, you've conveniently deflected away from the original topic.
Which was you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was you and I. It's the accountability thing that you say you do all the time that I don't do.
Right. Let's be
You
in the
deflected way away from it once again onto some nonsense.
Well, okay. So I know see, in your mind, you've got the control and things need to go your way.
Okay, so you don't want me to be accountable. I can't win with you. This is the point.
Paul,
no one can win with you. No one can work with you. This is a common theme.
Why do you believe that? Why do you think that? That's fucking
Because first you said I wouldn't be accountable for the keys and what went on. I'm never being accountable. Then I'm trying to take accountability and get you away from deflecting away from it. And you're telling me I think I'm controlling right now.
Okay, all right. So where do you want to go now?
It's not about where I want to go. You're the one with the emotional issue who can't work with me, but keep coming to my broadcast saying you want to work with me and getting in your own way.
Paul, listen to you. Are you hearing
I am listening to me. Just because the dumb broad down there's cackling does not give you any validity.
Paul, let's chill out. Let's figure out what is true. Right?
Let's figure out what is true. Yes.
Yes, because I am not the way you describe.
It's not about a description. It's about a course of action. There's a record. We could just refer to the record.
Paul, here, you're not accepting responsibility for your selective memory.
Please elaborate.
Did you either at all, Paul? So that was real classy. Just
Well, hold on, please. What I'm referring to with the selective memory is the only way you can keep this same narrative going about how much of a problem I am and how I'm so confused is because you're ignoring much of the information that's available. You're focusing on selective pieces of information to keep repeating your narrative.
That's you. There's a record available that proves something in fact, and you keep focusing on selective pieces of information you want us to focus on with you.
All right. So what's the resolve? Since you don't believe me and I know that you're just confused.
The resolve is to do what you preach, which is to let me be who and what I am and have my own perspective, and you be you and have your own perspective.
Right. Okay. Well, that's an option. Here we got another guest. I'm taking a chance here. I don't remember the freak. Welcome to freak. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we know the freak.
A couple things. First of all, there, almost like a baseball team and relief pitching and middle pitching and starting pitching, or NBA team when you got your 3-pointer. There's roles and there's allocated positions for even leadership. I see Jack as a leader that always is looking at the big picture and is looking for directing or steering people in that direction. And, Paul's a leader that day to day, day in, day out, is making sure that the facility is being run correctly. So, maybe if you guys could just realize kind of the different nuance there, maybe there's a chance. But I have to address this Nubs character because, he doesn't even believe in the New Testament, yet he's using words of Jesus Christ to try and condemn me, an actual person who does believe. And this is taking the Lord's name in vain. And, this is the kind of thing that will bring a curse upon somebody. So I said the same thing to Snafu, I don't know how many months ago. And basically the guy is completely destroyed at this point. So Dubs, if you would just repent to God, not to me, I'm just a messenger. If you just repent to God and not do that, you'll be fine. But I'm just telling you right now, the curse is on you, man. So that's all I have.
D-Freak, anyway, just to reply, if I can reply real quick. First, anybody that's religious or follows the religion, they don't put curses on nobody. That's one thing. Second, you are claiming that you follow the Bible and everything else, so I'm taking you for your word. But you also hang out with Flow State, and you're his best friend, pretty much. Big difference in that. So I don't get that either.
Well, I like hanging out over there. I think of Flow State as like going to Cheers, like he's Ted Danson and I go to Cheers at the end of the night. It's like, it's nothing more than that for me. We don't talk about religion there really, and if you think that Flo is my best friend, I mean, I would like to hear what he says about that. I mean, I'm just kind of just another, I don't know. I'm just another guy in the crowd to him, I'm sure. But I just think, he's got a good product and I have fun there and a lot of cool people hang out there. But that's really all it is for me.
Okay, DeFreak, thank you. I got Denizen here in the back as well, although there's still an opportunity that's not been resolved. I believe with Paul and I, we have the opportunity to resolve some disagreements. We have witnesses available, right? And with witnesses and the intention, we can resolve our conflicts and our disagreements. Paul, maybe this is an opportunity to be the leaders who we are, to find a way to make peace and actually, well, I know we can accomplish some incredible things. And here's the thing, Paul, what you don't understand, what you fail to grasp is the opportunities that you've been pissing all over with me. But you're not alone. And here's the thing, I'm confident that with me, God is with me. The truth is with me. What DeFreak offered, brothers and sisters, it is the time. I'm encouraging everyone. It is the time to turn towards the light, turn towards the truth, turn towards love. That is the way. It is the way of God. It's the way of the Christ. We are here to love one another. And love is not full of competition and insults and selfishness. Wow, dude. Wow. See, this is funny. Flow state, you as well, man. If you don't see what you are doing, you have gone around vindictively attacking my name and character because you chose to believe I was vindictive. Flow state, you're literally out of your mind with confusion. And you don't even know it. Most people don't. I didn't for a long time. But here, Paul, back to you. I'd love to find a way to communicate.
There really is no back to me, Jack, because you experience the same pattern and theme with pretty much everyone, including Slow State.
That's
Slow
your
State was
excuse
one
then.
of your biggest enablers. Why are you interrupting me when I'm giving my perspective?
Because you're taking us to your.
So I don't have a freedom to respond then, do I?
Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe not.
I know. We know.
How about this, Paul? What I'm trying to point you to, and please forgive my interruption, that was rude. But
well, you're a rude person. You just passively aggressively masquerade as a loving, caring person.
Well, can I get to my point?
I was making my point and you cut me off to interject your point, which has to be taken by everyone as always. They have to see it your way or no.
Yes, because I'm not pointing to arrogance, failures. Hold on a moment. Paul, what I was trying to bring up, you want to bring up all the memories and stuff from your mind as your excuse to disrespect me in the present. Paul, that's not acceptable. I'm not going to continue accepting that behavior in my experience. And what I was trying to bring your awareness to is the fact you have the chance of changing it, Paul. You have the chance of changing it.
Okay, and I contend the same thing about you, that I and Slow State, who don't get along, we wonder who you just called out to, who you're yelling to, who's with you. I think we're all kind of curious who that is, what that is. But Slow State, like, pretty much attacks me constantly, pulls up my arrest records, does everything he can to try to fuck with me and what I do. And even he, after a year and a half, was forced today to agree with me and say, you're a narcissist. You're a gaslighter. Pretty much what I told him a year and a half ago privately and publicly, that he said that was me. I was doing it. He's had to agree with me that it turns out that maybe a lot of folks on here have streaks of narcissism and pride and egotism. And maybe we need to look at ourselves and the reflections of each other, right? Rather than constantly casting.
Please start with yourself and look at yourself.
I do. I wasn't the one. I didn't come over to your broadcast today. You came to mine, and then I returned the favor. And we saw what you did with it once again.
Okay. So you're here to retaliate?
There's no retaliation.
Set the record
What's the retaliation? You didn't do anything to me by coming over there.
And explain yourself. What is the arrogance? What the fuck is your purpose?
I believe you're the arrogant person in most of these interactions.
Well,
you say that you have the market cornered on what's happening, and we all have to accept your version of life and reality.
Hey, Jack, can I just say something?
Please.
You know, I see you as giving guiding vision and direction to a group. And Paul is the guy that makes sure everyone is in synchronicity or synced up to be able to get that job done. When I listen to Paul, I want to do stuff. Like, he motivates me to want to do stuff. You provide the vision. I don't know if I'm the only one who sees it that way, but it's strange.
Thank you.
Sorry,
No,
just
I
had to
don't
say that.
see it that way. That's just me, though. I don't see it that way.
Well, here's what I
And,
see.
and just Jack, just to comment on what Paul said about flow state, agreeing with him that flow state is calculated. How many times they have to tell you he's doing it on purpose? Because I guarantee you, he's going to go on his broadcast and he'll have something to work with. That's why he's here. Paul, on the other hand, doesn't need that much. He's just saying what's on his mind. That's what I believe.
I see two men who have confused themselves into thinking that they're actually accomplishing great things. Both Paul and Flow State think they're accomplishing things by opposing me. And it's absolutely foolish, because I'm suggesting people turn to the way of Jesus, turn to God, and I've got these egoic clowns. And here, I'm taking words, these words, the word description of clowns. This is, my interpretations of the Bible. Take joy in those who cast lies against you, because, well, the truth is all that matters. So Margot's been lying about me since 2018. Paul's been lying about me for over a year and a half. And the funny thing is, neither one of them has allowed us actually one-on-one conversations so that we could actually try and figure out what is true. Well, Paul likes to claim he has, but he's got me blocked on Messenger. And every time I try to communicate with him, you see what he does. He conflates the facts. He manipulates. He's a false witness. He's a liar, deceiver, fooling everybody. He's duplicitous in his nature, and yet he casts that out. And here, brothers and sisters, those of us who know of this interaction, consider this fact. I suggest that God is using Paul and I as examples. It's what we all are. Every one of us is examples in this world for each other. And I actually believe God is using Paul and I because we're very similar. We got a strong power to us and a little talent, a little wordsmithing. We got a little flair. One of us runs off of anger. One of us runs off of true love. So far, it appears the world has been enabling the likes of Paul Unslaved, Flow State, right? The arrogant ones who don't really have a purpose for their time. But me, I'm on here every single day. What am I talking about? I'm talking about God. I'm talking about ending wars, trying to help bring an end to some of the unnecessary suffering in this world. And I'm not just talking either. I'm taking actions, and if you don't recognize my actions and my dedication of what I've been doing each day, my consistency, if you can't even see the goodness and the value of that, Flow State, Paul, Margot, I don't deserve this nonsense. I know that for a fact. So here, the Bible says, those who follow the way and bring the light of God to the world, they'll be attacked and they will be challenged. And there will be a lot of people made to be fools. That's the way I see it. Thoughts?
But Jack, I want to add something also, just to let people know, how when I tell you, I see people and I can tell you who's lying sometimes, who's not, in their tactics. Margot, many times now, just between me and her, she has came on your panel, said that she didn't say it, and after I confronted her, said, "Oh, maybe I said that." That's what they do.
That's how liars operate. Liars and manipulators. They'll say whatever they want, and then as soon as they're real tricky, especially the skilled ones, the ones who have been lying for most of their lives, lying to themselves. That's Margot. That's Paul. And unfortunately, there's been a lot of people who bought into their lies. And so this is what I was actually, part of my frustration I showed with flow state was the sadness. I was going through yet another betrayal because what Paul said, I trusted flow state. Oh, and here's something I've learned. A lot of people are running around like flow state and Margot and Paul, acting as though we've got some sort of close friendship together. Well, part of that is my fault because I'm kind and I'm trusting and I'm open. I allow people into my life. But just because I'm kind and trusting and open and I act friendly with you, Margot, Paul, Flow State, Chuck, right? Doesn't mean you know me. Nubs, Moose. Doesn't mean you know me. Doesn't mean you know me enough to go running around with false narratives of me in your mouth. So praise God. I know for a fact my prayer is, brothers and sisters. I mean, this came up earlier, and I do encourage everyone, turn to God, turn to the truth. It's the time. The world deserves more people to turn to the truth, more people to turn to the loving ways of a spiritual life, a more holy life, a more gentle and kind creation is who we can become. Hey, Denizen, you've been here for a while and you've been very patient. Feel free. I'm going to yield for thoughts if you guys have any.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm new here, so I don't have much constructive to say. But I can tell you my thoughts, obviously I have them. It just, at first I'm curious as to what the point is. What, is there, does the world need some kind of anti-Jack Talcott campaign? Is that what our problem is in the world? Because that's what it seems like to me. Like, if that's not it, just I'm willing to listen and to understand, but I don't understand the agenda. If I were to make inappropriate guesses, if I were to speculate, perhaps, I think maybe there's some kind of catharsis in attacking what we see in ourselves and others, and maybe that's what motivates people. And I when I would caution everyone involved in these kinds of like personality disputes, when people make a routine, a habit out of characterizing your behavior or your intentions and exaggerating your worst aspects and overlooking your best intentions deliberately in order to mock a caricature that they can hail stones at. You can encourage the target of your vitriol to become even more withdrawn as to their ability to take responsibility for their actions. And so I would caution the target of some of this behavior to always maintain some fresh perspective as to who you are compared to yourself yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Because for me personally, I find when people give me unjust and invalid, somewhat sometimes just a ridiculously obtuse criticism, then I can lose sight of my own internal critique and become arrogant in the void of the accusations of being arrogant, if that makes sense, right?
I think so. I think it does. There's been an interesting emergence in my life. I mean, kind of where you started at earlier. It seems for whatever reason there has been people seem to choose to become my adversary, rallying the troops, trying to get other people to agree with them that I should be opposed, that I should be disrespected and insulted and criticized. And it's just absolutely fascinating. It really is.
Got a witness. Some reason, somehow, whatever. I've seen that too. You know, I don't know why, but yeah, I've witnessed that. Just want to let you know.
I don't know why either, but I can again speculate, and I see a combination, a convenient combination of brilliant imperfection on your behalf, flawed and failed and battered and gotten back up again, just like the rest of us. Uh, you're not perfect, Jack. And that combined with the fact that you're asking people to find a better way. Those two things, uh, people rather cry hypocrite than look into themselves to see where the hypocrisy lies in order to bridge the gap between their own imperfection and moving forward.
I have some criticism, actually. When you say talking about like Paul and Flo, that you don't understand or they're in the wrong for opposing you, to me that's a presumption on your part of they need your leadership. But the fact is, Jack, they really don't. But that's good. Actually, that's a good thing.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where did this come in? The presumption? Who presumes they need my leadership? I never made that claim. And for you to build that, that's no. What
you said earlier, that they're opposing you is somehow wrong, or you didn't understand why.
Right. There's a lack of logic. There is a lack of logic, a clear, demonstrable lack of logic when a kind man like me. Now, I know there's all sorts of accusations and rumors and all sorts of opinions about me that I've been angry, but my kindness far, far outweighs the anger that I've shown. So for a kind man like me to consistently share my story, being honest and authentic, not asking for much, simply giving and trying to present the ideas, plant the seeds of thought that there's more love available, there's more beauty available, there's more joy to be shared. And oh, babe, by the way, we could actually really do something good in this lifetime. We might even be able to end wars and bring some reforms. But instead of talking about the things that we could be doing, I have to deal with other content creators who are selfishly using me and my name as their content for their entertainment, their selfish greed, so they get the money. They get, the selfishness of this world. It's disgusting. I'm encouraging people simply to become more generous, more kind, more loving. If you don't know how, turn to Jesus. That's the way.
Yeah, it's been unfair to you. I see that. I witnessed that. I don't understand it at all. It's very confounding. But what I'm saying is your vision and your direction to me is more valuable than what you say is kindness, because that's what leadership is actually. And so, but the thing is, when you make a statement like, it's in their interest for them not to oppose you, you're assuming that they need you might be assuming that they need your leadership. In fact, they don't, but that's a good thing, Jack, because that means that if they were to get on board with you, that would actually be a willing submission to that direction.
That would be great.
It seems to be a lack of, it seems to be a unwillingness to do that. But I'm also going to say that, Flo is not the type of person that is going to follow anybody. He's kind of his own dude, and he doesn't want the responsibility of leadership. He's not that kind of guy, He's not going to wake up every day on time and make it to work or whatever, like Paul is. But he has his own gig and it works and it's fine and it's all good. But I just wanted to throw that out there, and that's what I'm saying. So.
Well, I'd rather thank you for offering that. I mean, I'm really hoping people can understand me. I mean, Flow State, Paul, Margot, whether or not you agree with me, you like me or not, my purpose is to try and find a way to create a better world. If you can't stay the fuck out of my life, I mean, if you can't find a way to share support, then at least stay the fuck out of my life. Okay? I don't need you, Paul. I don't need you, Paul Unslaved. I don't need you, Margot Davy. I don't need you, Flow State. I don't really need anyone anymore. I've got God. And I'm encouraging people, turn to the truth. God is the truth. If we don't respect the truth, well, we end up in the world we live in. Personally, I don't like living in a world where lies and conflicts and all of this is normal. We can end it when we join together. Does anyone want to join with me? This is the life I'm living. Tell you what, I'm feeling it's time to wrap up. The Freak and Dennison blessings, and thank you sincerely, both of you, for joining.
Of course he's feeling like it's time to wrap up, because I just fucking left him a message in his back. And as soon as I leave and then give him the message of what's actually happening, it becomes clear to him once again what he's done and not done. He's going to try to play it off in public and act like he's got it all together, bullshit himself and everyone else, and continue to be surrounded by enablers like he says I am. It's like everything you guys accuse me of, if I'm that, you're 10 times that. So you better go look in the fucking mirror quickly. All right? Final words, there's no one on panel. Everyone has either passed out, expired, decided to cancel their fucking internet subscription. They're done. I don't blame them. Everyone's done. It's been a great day once again of pure insanity and looping and inversion, mirroring therapy, perception, deception, projection, rejection. It's been great. We did it once again. It's good times. I think we proved a bunch of stuff here today. I know I proved that you can somehow do a silent attack. All right. I proved the concept of a person in fear will view any behavior as an attack, even sitting there silently. It's an attack. I'm being attacked. I'm being persecuted. Maybe you're just in a fear state constantly. Maybe you're in an oppose or deceive state and view everyone as a potential enemy because you're in fear, not faith. Live without fear. The levels of irony and hypocrisy and inversion mirroring are beyond fascinating with this guy. I don't know if I'll ever, it's like I put down the needle and I picked up Talcott somehow along the way. And now I don't know if I'll ever put down Talcott again completely because I'm so in awe. I'm so in bizarre awe and fascination of the levels we could go to of just hypocritical inversion mirroring and perception deception. It's seemingly we could lose everything in life and still claim it was everyone else's fault. I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. No one else cares. I could, you know, I've been like this for the longest time. I could look at this shit and speculate on it and analyze it seemingly all day, every day, forever. And then at some point you stare into the void long enough, you become the void. There's part of me intuitively goes, you know, if you keep watching these idiots and you keep talking about them, you're going to become like them. And you're going to be sitting there going, is this real? I have a bunch of grandiose visions and versions of myself that are all of a sudden real. I have nothing to show for that, but everyone else is lying about me and my results I don't have. No one understands me. Yeah, it's pure hell. So I'm pretty sure I've been there in the past and I don't want to go back. So, oh man, I got to watch it. All right, I'm out of here, folks. I don't know whatever that just fucking was. I don't really take full responsibility or accountability for anything, especially after the 3rd hour mark, right? Anything on the metaverse, hard for me to take accountability for completely, especially after that 3 hour mark. So I don't know what just happened. I don't know, is this real? We do this here from time to time for new viewers. We open the portal, we open the void, and then we just stare into it. And then we like keep this practice of holding the center while we're looking at it to avoid just disintegrating in the chaos, the confusion, and the emptiness. And then like, you know, the shimmer, the glimmer of the self that's kind of mirrored back, distorted funhouse version of self that's mirrored back. And then you wonder, how much of this am I doing and being? And then by sitting there looking at it and wondering that, you're almost potentially becoming it. Very strange. I'm doing the devil's work here, Jennifer. That's what I'm realizing. I've realized that at times. And then I put it out of my head. I go eat a cheese sandwich and then it happens again. And I go, holy shit. You know, I'm like doing Talcott while doing Talcott while doing Talcott while doing Tal. I'm thinking God's using me. Something bigger is going on here. Turns out it is. It's the devil. And it says, look at Talcott. Focus on Talcott. Marvel at the Talcott. And then you become the Talcott. It's, you want to talk like, you know, Black Mirror, where the mirror turns liquid and then becomes your hand, and then you just step into it and look back and go, what was that? And then you wake up and then you go, no, that was real, but it wasn't. It was a dream. But what is reality? What is a dream? It all emanates from the same source. How do we know one is real and one's less real? Oh my God, I'm doing it again. You see that? You see how it just happened right there? All right, seriously, I got to get the hell out of here. I appreciate you folks, the contributors and supporters. You allow me to do whatever this is and to not be like Jack Talcott, right? Squatting, thrown out of my family, out of my house, pretty much out of everything I've ever chosen to do, right? This is something I've finally dedicated myself to and continued on with hundreds of days straight that seems to be rewarding for others and rewarding for me. So that's a positive testament and testimony to my fucked up life story that in many ways does mirror and emulate Jack Talcott's. The difference is I've looked at that and I go, holy shit, I'm really sick and fucked up. I need to try to do something to do and be better and have better and speak better and live better and, you know, promote a better living for other folks. So, you know, faithfully, I'm doing that to some degree. I'm sure there's always more to do. But for now, this broadcast has not been left undone. So I'm out of here, Mazel from out west. I'll be back tomorrow somewhere between 12 and 3, barring some act of God or the state, which, as we know, more and more each day is becoming one and the same. To the average citizen slave, the state of corporate body is their God. And, you know, you could speculate what that's connected to. But everything has its function, as we know. Jennifer, final words, anything? Salute. All right, there it is. Yeah, I'm out of here. Bye.
Me, I always tell it, even when I lie.
Salute.
So say good night to the bad guy. Go on, go on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again.
The Great Reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window, because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next. 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the Philo-Sophie, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me. I didn't come on here with the intention of the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving and uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because I look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me, be in that and live in that when you don't like it or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow, materialistic, worldly connections that come and go. It is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all meaning.